You're watching KCRT Television.
It is now time to start the open session. To hear public comment before closed session. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner.
Here.
Councilmember Brown is absent. Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Vice Mayor Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Wilson.
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda will be absent for the entire meeting. And Mayor Martinez.
Here.
During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is liability claims. Claimant Jose Salala, agency against City of Richmond. Item C2, public employee performance evaluation. Title, city clerk. And second title, city manager. Conference, item C3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Richmond et al. Versus Chevron Corp. et al. C, item C4 is conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Item C5, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There are 2 cases. Item C6 is public employee appointment or employment, and the title is city manager. We have one request to address to council. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during this open period, please raise your hand at this time. We'll start with the in-person speaker. Cordell Himmler.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Henley, and I have 2 items to discuss. So number 1, I think Pamela Christian has done an outstanding job as the city clerk. She always makes sure that the minutes get published within the 2-week time period. So when you go back in there, think of all the hard work that she has put in. Number 2, Shasa Curl has done a terrific job as the city manager, because whatever policies that is being implemented from this council, she directs it to her department. So think about all the hard work she has put in for both the executives, because without this city, without these 2, this city cannot function. So that's 1. And then C6, as far as the appointment of an interim city manager, you gotta let this thought sink in. Who shall be the next interim city manager? Who knows? But when you go into closed session, I want you to think about who you want to see as the interim city manager. So I just want you to appreciate all the hard work that these executives have done for Richmond. So with that, I'll give my time to the online speakers.
We have
The
one online
speaker,
speaker.
the speaker is Benjamin Terrio. Ben, please unmute yourself and you may begin.
Thank you. Ben Terrio, president of the Richmond Police Officers Association. A couple of weeks ago, the city manager told you all the dais and Richmond that she intends to retire, but only when she decides that some renovation projects are complete. No date, no transition plan, no public benchmarks. That's not a retirement announcement. That's an open-ended extension on her own terms, and Richmond deserves better than that. When I raised concerns about a lack of a real evaluation process, the city manager's response was not to engage, instead to publicly accuse the RPOA of bullying. But let me be clear. Asking for a 360-degree evaluation is not bullying. It's the standard practice in serious public agencies in this country. Confidential input from labor and department heads from the people who actually do the work, that is accountability. Filtering everything through HR and a closed session handshake is just not really how it works. And to let the record speak for itself, we have chronic police understaffing. We have department heads quietly looking for the door. We have a pattern of micromanagement that has demoralized career professionals across this organization. Budget dust, grants, and ribbon cuttings don't erase that. So tonight, I'm asking the council again, don't extend, formalize, or quietly renew this contract without a public structured evaluation. Direct staff to launch a national recruitment now, not after the renovations and not after any mysterious retirement. Do it now. Adopt a 360-degree evaluation policy for the city manager position permanently, so the next person knows and walks in knowing exactly what accountability looks like in Richmond. The community is watching and the workforce is watching. Lead. Thank you.
Thank you, and there are no more speakers.
And for the record, Councilmember Brown is present.
Okay, with that, open forum is closed and we will retire to closed session. We now have quorum, so if the chambers can quieten down, if the chambers can stop their conversation so we can begin, we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
I'm here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Zepeda will be absent the entire meeting. Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Robinson,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Our next item is statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review, and I wanted to check with Councilmember Bonner if she still wanted to remove item N5D, and that's the agreement with Contra Costa County Animal Services Department for ongoing animal control services.
Yes, please.
Okay. And that's the only change that I have.
Okay, I would like to switch Q2, introduce ordinance amending sidewalk vendor regulations, to the position of Q1. So Q1 will be Q2.
Can we leave it like that? They are people from the community here that were waiting last council meeting to do the presentation. So I will respectfully suggest that if we can leave Q1 in where it is.
Well, we kept staff here all night, and I would like to give the staff a time off. So I'm keeping Q2 as Q1 and Q1 as Q2.
Any more changes? That's it? Okay, our next item is report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. No final actions were taken during tonight's closed session.
Our next item is report from the city manager, and that includes a new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council, Richmond Community. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? As a reminder, all of these items can be found in the City Manager Weekly Report. And if you have any additional questions, next slide, you can call 510-620-6512. Next slide. I want to briefly highlight, we had a very active week last week. Many of you were out at Cinco de Mayo and other events such as the Senior Transportation Workshop. Also, there was the Know Your Rights Immigration Forum at the Rise Center. And also, the city participated and partnered in the Asian American Pacific Islander Community event in the auditorium. I'd also like to thank all of the nonprofits and business organizations for the work that they're actively engaged in our community. The Commission on Aging really had a great turnout, and want to thank the 23rd Street merchants for working collaboratively with city staff, and want to thank all of the city staff that supported all of the events. Next slide. It was very active, it was a very engaged time, and this really shows the strength of our community. So thank you, everyone. Next up, I want to make sure that the community is aware of how they can access budget documents. So you can scan this QR code or click on this website. This information is on the city's website, but we want to make sure that everyone is aware of how to access budget information. So we're starting this evening on May 5th, and then we'll have a series of meetings through June 23rd. And all of the slides will be kept in a central repository, as always, so that way, as we move through the process, you can see how the budget is developed. We welcome your input during this process. Next slide. I would like to acknowledge that the City of Richmond Port received $11.22 million in federal funding through the U.S. Department of Transportation's Port Infrastructure Development Program. This is a significant undertaking, and really want to thank Nanette Beecham, Charles Gerard, Lizette, and Kyle for all their work in the port. This modernization effort of Berth 7 at the Point Petro Marine Terminal is key, and I want to thank the staff for all the work that they're doing. We anticipate that we will commence construction once they have all of the construction documents finalized, with a targeted completion date of 2027, late 2027. Next slide. Also coming up on May 9th, United Business Organization's Mother's Day event is taking place in the Richmond Auditorium. They're the first 150 mothers that are registered and are present for the full event will receive a gift. If you have questions, please call 510-917-1136. Next slide. This week in Richmond, we're celebrating National Small Business Week. We encourage you to get out and shop locally. We are engaging and partnering with CoBiz, with our Economic Development Department, the Renaissance Entrepreneurial Center, the Chamber of Commerce, as well as Main Street. You can see that every day there are activities taking place in our community, and we invite all Richmond businesses to get involved and we want to make sure that we're partnering with you and that we're being as supportive as possible. If you have any questions, feel free to call 510-412-2093 to obtain more information and get technical assistance to support your business. Next slide. I'd like to provide a brief update on the Metro Walk Phase 2 project at the Richmond BART station. This project has been recommended for the 2026 federal 4% and state low-income housing tax credits, supporting 150-unit affordable housing development that will help expand housing opportunities near transit. The California Tax Credit Allocation Committee is scheduled to review the project on May 12th. Following that review, the development team would have 180 days to move forward towards construction. Staff will return with a final update and next steps following this decision. This represents an important step forward on a council priority, advancing transportation-oriented housing development that is affordable and continuing progress at the Richmond BART station. For more information, residents can scan the QR code on the screen for details regarding the upcoming presentation. Next slide.
Sorry.
Right, so this is really exciting. It's almost $50 million in the queue. So for anyone that needs to access information, you can call 510-620-6512 and access information on our website, which is www.richmondca.gov. And you can also scan this QR code to sign up for the City Manager's Weekly Report. This is really exciting news, and happy to share it with the community and the council. Thank you. I'd now like to turn it over to Deputy City Manager Nikki Mastay, who is pinch hitting as Sharon Taylor, our Director of HR, since Sharon is on a well-deserved vacation.
Good evening, City Council and council members. KCRT, please put up the slide deck. Thank you. Next slide, please. Our new hires, we're starting with Eduardo Romero, Administrative Assistant for Community Development. Next slide, please. Valerie Lee, Administrative Assistant for the Mayor's Office. Next slide, please. Ben Smith, Police Officer for the Police Department. Next slide, please. Claudia Garcia, Police Officer for the Police Department. Next slide, please. Israel Fernandez, Police Officer for the Police Department. Next slide, please. Daniel Santu, Police Officer Trainee for the Police Department. Next slide, please. Sahinder Brar, Police Officer Trainee, Police Department. Next slide, please. Chris Escalante Quijano, Maintenance Aide 2, Public Works. Next slide, please. Tanya Palma Herrera, Recreation Program Leader, Community Services, Recreation. Next slide, please. Our promotions for April. Next slide. Stephen Harris, Battalion Chief, the Fire Department. Next slide, please. Jean Kwan, Fire Captain, Fire Department. Next slide, please. Brianna Kay, Jailer, Police Department. Next slide, please. Joshua Tate, Fire Captain, Fire Department. Next slide. Kelly Griffin, Fire Captain, Fire Department. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is open forum. An open forum is an opportunity to address the council on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Tonight, we have one item that has been removed from the agenda for discussion at the end of the agenda. That is item N5D, and that's agreement with the Contra Costa County Animal Services Department for ongoing animal control services. If you'd like to speak on that item, please sign up, turn in a speaker's card, and wait for the item to be called. Anyone joining us online that wishes to address the council during open forum, please raise your hand at this time to be counted. During open forum, dialogue between the council and the speaker is prohibited. When your name is called and you are online speaker, please be ready to unmute yourself to begin speaking. For speakers in the chambers, when your name is called, please come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium closest to the wall. For safety reasons, all aisles, including the area behind the speaker's podium and the staff presentation area, must remain clear. All speakers should state their name, and your city of residence is optional. Please terminate your address to the council when your time expires. Tonight, we have, let's see, hold on one second. We have 5 in-person speakers and 2 online speakers, so each speaker shall be allowed up to 2 minutes to address the council. The City of Richmond welcomes your comments and requests that you present your remarks in a respectful and appropriate manner within the established 2-minute time limit. The in-person speakers are Cordell Hendler, Claudia Citron, Antoine Clord, Solomon Irwin, and Mark Wasberg. 2 online speakers, Janice Hagan and Emily Ross. Cordell?
Yeah. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. For the record, I am Cordell Hanlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So happy Cinco de Mayo, everyone. And I have a little gift for you all. So let's start with the Arts and Cultural Manager. So if you recall at the December meeting when the item was coming forward for an Arts and Cultural Manager, I'd like to hear an update regarding that position because it's been 5.5 months. So I was hopefully that it would be agendized for a future meeting. But that's down the line. That's one. Then number 2, I do have a future agenda request to have the Salesian College Preparatory High School for a proclamation for their service day because I was reading this article about it and I'm like, this is amazing. So we don't hear nothing good about our schools. So I'm hoping that it would be agendized at the end of the month because they're gonna be they got their graduation coming up 4 days after that. So it would be great to have Salesian College Preparatory for their proclamation. So with that, I yield my time.
Claudia Citron.
So we have 104 boards and commissions. I had no idea. I wonder who else had no idea. I tried to get information from the rent board on the weekend as they were at the Cinco de Mayo, why they never present in person but sneak in their budgets, through the consent calendar. I could not receive an answer. I could not receive an answer from the mayor either. It is my understanding that boards and commissions are supposed to present in person if they receive funding from the city. The same is for Office of Neighborhood Safety. We haven't heard anything from them ever. The one time they came after there was an outcry, they presented outdated data from back then when, but nothing up to date. So I'm just requesting that the council I thought it's a requirement, please update me if it's not, that boards and commissions present to the public here, because if they present their budgets in the consent calendar, neither you can ask questions nor we can comment on it. And second, there is no clarity which boards are actually filled, staffed sufficiently, and which ones are not. I think there should be an update. And lastly, I have a request to code enforcement. I love code enforcement, and I know they really work hard. I hope that they just have time to once a month do an update for residents. This is dragon spine, which is popping up everywhere in all the front yards in my neighborhood in Northeast. My cat ingested one years ago, and she almost died because it went into the larynx. It would be awesome if code enforcement could be encouraged to just once a month do an update letter, what's going on in the community, what
time
they
has expired.
accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. Antoine Claude.
Antoine Claude, Richmond resident. You know, I've been here 63 years, living in Richmond, and it behooves me that after some recon I did and some research and asking some questions, Richmond residents are not safe. I'm gonna say it again, we're not safe because we have been misinformed or uneducated on not just the refinery, as y'all always put it, but other entities that could have air quality issues in our community. And just, God forbid, something really for real happen, we are not prepared. We are not prepared. And I need this city council, but all this money y'all trying to spend talking about going green and doing all this other stuff, put the people of Richmond first. Our safety, that we are informed and educated. If something was to happen, we know exactly what to do, not to assume what to do, because assumptions cause people to lose their lives. I'm gonna say it again. You can't play with people's lives. Can't raise taxes and if we don't know what our money going to, like the young lady just said. There's no accountability. And what do you have right now? I'm writing on a proposal right now for this air quality grant. And I need this city for real to partner with me because we want to inform our residents. Not just Chevron, but we got Valerio, you got all these other entities that can cause damages to the air quality of our community. That they know how not just shelter in place, how to recognize if somebody has been exposed, what to do. How the police work with law enforcement in the police department, how to navigate where our shelters in place really are, not thinking where they are. We need to know where they are, right? And then two, open up these schools for shelter in place, these capacity places that have space for our homeless people to go into. You got to think big now because times are changing, our community
Your time has
changing,
expired.
and we ain't got no hospital, so if something happens, we're going to be in crucial trouble. Thank you very much.
Solomon Aaron.
Hello, how you doing? My name is Solomon. I'm the director of Saving America's Youth. First, I want to say hello to the City Council and thank the Richmond Recreation. Just this past couple of weeks, I have my girls basketball team who joined the Richmond Recreation League, and they were actually the only center in a whole middle school league. And out of, I think, 8 teams, they came in first place. I took first place in the league, and I'm just saying it's great. I thank you guys for Recreation and the City of Richmond for keeping the center open, Booker T. Anderson, so these kids can practice. I'm starting to see better grades, better academics, better attitudes by working with these kids, and we can just keep that up. Also, this Saturday, we're putting together a tournament, May 9th, where they're getting some exposure. Teams coming all the way from Modesto to play. I have a lot of people coming. Oscar Grant's mother's even coming out to speak. So it's going to be a great thing at Booker T. Anderson. I just want to thank you guys for that and thank Richmond Recreation for just working with the kids. All right.
Thank you. Our last in-person speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Back in the day, I would have smoked that weed. Illegal immigrants, right here, have no illegal rights to nothing, right? They have no right being in my country. They have no right to food stamps. They have no right to college education, no rights at all. Let's see here. Trump cut off all food stamps, all legal assistance, SNAP. Giving money to nonprofits to support illegal immigrants is a felony. Do you know that, city manager? You can't give money to a church when they're going to aid and abetting criminals from the law. This $1 million is going to give to these nonprofits ain't nothing but a rip-off. They're laundering the money. Now, what are you going to do with the $1 million? It's just going to go with here. It's going to go there. It's going to go in their pockets. And then the RPA is going to get kickbacks because they're in cahoots with the nonprofits. We all know that. So how are you going to stop it? $1 million is going to stop ICE from arresting criminals? I don't think so. And you people out there so stupid enough, you're putting these people into office. Just plain dumb. Let me see what else I got here. That's about it. Because like I say, once the feds find out what you're doing, giving money to these nonprofits, that's not going to do nothing. You can tell me $1 million what you're going to do for illegal immigrants. Nothing. You're not going to stop law enforcement from arresting these people. They're just going to come in and take them away. So where's the $1 million going to go to? It's going to go into their pockets. They go to administration. They're going to funnel the money from here and there and give it to their buddies and all that other stuff. Like I say, you need to vote the RPA out.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speakers. And there are 3 speakers. Charno Abbott was having an issue raising her hand at the time I called the speakers. So Ursula, please call Janice Hagan, Emily Ross, and Tarno Abbott. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Janice, please unmute yourself and you will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Janice?
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Janice Haugan, a Richmond resident. I'm a member of local and state groups working to stop the use of illegal fireworks, which in Richmond would be a huge culture change. I'm concerned about illegal fireworks for the reasons you've heard before. Fires, injuries, they frighten some pets and people with autism, dementia, and PTSD, pollute the air and water, frighten wildlife, and they're a nuisance when you're trying to have a relaxing evening or sleep. On a personal note, I don't have a car, so use a bike for transportation. That kind of aerobic exercise opens up your lungs. Biking from the BART station to where I live in Marina Bay on July 4th, and this was even before dark, I had lungs full of fireworks smokes that made me sick. So let's support bicyclists by keeping the air clean. Richmond's fine for a first violation of $250 for using illegal fireworks is not an adequate deterrent. If people can afford to buy illegal fireworks on the black market, they can afford to pay a higher fine. As a reminder, these are administrative fines that will not go on anyone's record or put anyone in jail. Please raise fireworks fines. Thank you for listening. Good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening, council and community. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond resident, and I am speaking on the community prosecutor agreement. I'm bummed about this in general. You know, we've had it for a while, and it's, you know, us investing in criminalizing people. Our county DA's budget is already much higher than the public defender's budget, and I don't understand why we're further supplementing that. But that said, I, understand we're moving forward with this, with renewing this agreement, and so I wanted to note that in 2023, a change was made. A special focus was stated on improving the prosecution of quality of life crimes, and that was supposed to be changed to violent crimes in 2023, following a unanimous council vote. I noticed the current version still states a focus on quality of life crimes, which are low level. And it's a bummer that we're focusing on that rather than deeper harms. And we continue to not get oversight on this position or data about the types of charges that this position is prosecuting. So maybe 3 years from now, we'll take a closer look. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will try Tarnal. Tarnal Abbott, you may begin. Okay, I see someone with iPhone. It could be Tarnal. I could try calling.
Hi, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to talk about the Sister Cities item on the consent calendar because I'm sort of acting as a co-chair of the Richmond Regla Friendship Committee, which is mentioned in the agenda report, but we are a committee, we are not a commission. The friendship with our sister city, our friendship city, that relationship we have with Regla in Cuba is essentially a sister city type relationship. We have made several trips to our sister city, bringing a lot of humanitarian aid, and we have ongoing cultural and other medical exchanges that we interact with our sister city. And I'm kind of confused because some people have told me that the dollar amount attached to this is to be split between 3 sister cities. Traditionally, all the years I've been on it, which is like 26 or 7 years, the sister cities and Regla Commission have received the same amount of money. So I'm just confused about this one. I think it's fine to support the sister cities at a higher level, but I would ask that if Regla is not part of this piece of the pie, that we bring it back and add Regla in some fashion at a higher dollar amount than what we've had in the past, which is $1,000 a year, $1,000 a year. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was our last public speaker.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is approval of the consent calendar. And as a reminder, one item has been removed. That's item N5D like dog. That's the agreement with Contra Costa County Animal Services Department for ongoing animal control services. That item will not be a part of this approved consent calendar.
Do we have a motion?
I move the consent calendar.
I second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Urbano, seconded by Vice Mayor Robinson. Is that correct?
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Zepeda absent.
Mayor, if I may, through you as the chair, there was a question from a previous speaker, and I just want to note that the item on City Council includes the Regla sister city, and the appropriation was for $23,000. The council offices are working with Deputy City Manager White to ensure that all the commissions are informed of the procurement policies, and we'll work collaboratively with them and the council liaisons to effectuate moving forward. Thank you.
And to explain why it was 3 instead of 4, we had already appropriated money for the Shimada sister
Yes,
city.
that's correct. And that's outlined in the fiscal impact on page 1. Thank you, Mayor.
Our next item is under budget session. Item Q01 is to acknowledge receipt of the draft fiscal year 2026-27 annual operating budget and fiscal year 26 through 31 5-year capital improvement plan, review the budget adoption schedule, and receive an update on departmental operations, with discussions upon completion of all department presentations. We do have one speaker, well, two in-person speakers. Anyone joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. Thank you.
KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and Richmond community. Shasa Curl, Richmond City Manager. I want to take a moment to sincerely acknowledge the remarkable city staff who serve the Richmond community every day. You work evenings, nights, weekends, and holidays, and your dedication is evident throughout all city departments. And your commitment to continuous improvement is the driving force behind moving Richmond forward. For anyone in the audience who would like a copy of this document that highlights our accomplishments from 2025, last calendar year, and moving into this year, they are available in the front by the speaker's cards. Next slide. As we commence the fiscal year 26-27 budget process, it's important for us to reflect on how far we've come. In fiscal year 2021, we had 581 full-time equivalent positions. During my tenure as city manager, we have increased that number to 673 full-time equivalent employees. Today, that is a net increase of 92 FTEs, which reflects our commitment to strengthening our workforce and better serving Richmond residents. Here is a brief overview of what we will cover this evening. We will walk the council and the community through the remaining budget schedule. I would like to thank the finance staff for all of the community outreach they've conducted thus far. We will review the city's finances, discuss budget challenges, provide a general fund overview, highlight key initiatives, discuss citywide priorities, and most importantly, we will have departmental presentations. The departmental presentations that you will hear this evening will be from the Community Development Department, Police Department, and Public Works. Next slide, please. Tonight's presentation is structured very intentionally to begin with our broad financial picture, where we stand today, and then walk through what is driving our costs, where there are risks, and the pressures that are impacting our budget. Next slide. City staff would like to encourage the City Council to adopt 3 key priorities with the adoption of the fiscal year 26-27 budget to ensure that we are working together in alignment and are focused on matters that impact our community broadly and have significant fiscal impact. For example, our contract with Veolia expires next May, and we need all hands on deck throughout the city, Public Works, City Manager's Office, City Attorney's Office, working collaboratively with our owner's advisors to transition this work. We have 3 park renovation projects that are coming online, and we have worked tirelessly to improve the built environment around these parks and in the adjacent community centers. We like to refer to this as HGTV Richmond Edition. So we'd like to continue to focus on this. We also understand through our work with Bloomberg that it's important that we maintain a culture of innovation and that we streamline and create better systems to operationalize our work by developing improved processes and recommendations that are data informed to increase efficient service delivery. Next slide. This evening, as with past presentations, city staff will collect comments and, we will collect questions from council members at the culmination of the presentation, which staff will type up, and you will receive in writing responses to those questions, and they will be posted online. Next slide. By way of background, we're starting this evening on May 5th. Next, on the 19th, you will have the master fee schedules, and you are tentatively scheduled to hear from Community Services, Economic Development, and Fire. On the 26th, Daniel Chavarria with Public Works will be back to talk about the 5-year CIP, and also you will hear from other city departments, including Internal Services, City Manager's Office, and so forth. Finally, the draft budget and final checklist will be provided on June 16th with the goal of adopting the budget by June 23rd to enable staff to input the final budget in munis to ensure that there are not additional delays with payment processing and developing the next round of purchase orders to continue to pay vendors quickly. Next slide. One thing that I'm sure was concerning to many of you is what we outlined is the need to have a 12% vacancy rate, which is approximately $6.4 million to balance the budget. I think it's very important that the city council and the community have the context that in fiscal year 2021, and my understanding from Internal Services is that there were 669 positions in position control. That number has increased significantly. So if we still had the same number of positions in position control as we did in 2021, we would actually have 0 vacancies. We would actually have a net increase of 4. But during this time, positions have continued to be added, and positions in most cases were not reduced. That is why there is such a large vacancy rate. It is not because we have arbitrarily decided to not hire staff. We have hired staff. The issue is that there's been continuous additions to the position control list without reductions. During this time, we've also had significant increases in, just like all of us had when we go to the gas tank, gas has increased. The city's expenses have increased alongside with everyone else in our community. You'll see that our CalPERS medical premiums are nearly $21 million. We have nearly $3 million in OPEB expenses, and we are continuing to face significant pressures on our budget due to increased volatility in the national and global economy. Also, we frequently face unfunded mandates from the state of California as well as the federal government. So as we receive those unfunded mandates, we have to quickly adapt and implement new state and federal requirements. Simultaneously, inflation is increasing on our construction projects. We frequently come back to the City Council with requests to absorb change orders and cost increases for various projects. And this is a driving consideration for why it's always important for us to end the year with unspent funds to ensure that we can complete capital projects that our community is expecting. Lastly, as the general fund revenue increases, we have to simultaneously increase our risk reserve so that at a minimum, we maintain 21% in unspent funds to account for our risk. Next slide. Many of you throughout the region, many cities throughout the region are experiencing significant cuts. We are proud that we will present a balanced budget to the City Council and will not need to lay off staff, like many of our neighboring cities, because we have been very judicious with our recommendations and very thoughtful in our hiring. We thank the City Council for working collaboratively with staff to ensure that we are not in these financial constraints. Next slide. Again, global volatility has been ongoing since COVID, and this is an unprecedented time. EAU is considering leaving OPEC. This may have long-term implications on the US dollar being the global currency, which will impact our inflation, continue to impact our inflation rates. As ongoing volatility continues to increase in the petroleum sector, this is having tremendous impacts on the global economy, and in the short term, things have been fine, very turbulent, but we're not sure of how this is going to impact us long term other than continued inflation. We want to make sure that the community and the council are clear that since fiscal year 21-22, we have increased personnel costs by $55 million or 38%, which is we have been able to absorb by strategically increasing revenue. Next slide. Some of the emerging fiscal pressures that were outlined in the staff report include unfunded CIP programs. It's in excess of $1 billion, approximately $1.15 billion currently. We have historic structures at Miraflores that we need to preserve, stabilize, and work with the developer to relocate. We have to ensure that we continue to monitor and eventually remediate the Point Melati site, which the city owns a significant portion of in collaboration with the East Bay Regional Park District. And we also have approximately a current present value of approximately $1 million a year in home key operations that may become the city's responsibility in approximately 7 years. So it's very important that we keep track of these emerging financial pressures so that in outer years, the city is prepared to absorb these costs. When I became city manager, there was a host of emerging fiscal pressures that no one was keeping track of, and then we frequently found them on occasion, and we had to bring them to city council to deal with. And so we're working diligently to ensure that we keep track of all the items that the city council approves and where there is long-term financial exposure. Next slide. This is a slide to help illustrate that the cost of inflation on CIP projects and why it's important for us to try to quickly and expeditiously continue to make improvements in the built environment, because throughout time, the costs just continue to go up exponentially. So it's much better for us to invest quickly to save funds. Bless you. Next. One thing that is important for the community and the council to also understand is what we in local government called PEPRA, Public Employees Pension Reform Act. This became effective on January 1, 2013. It provided increased retirement ages and decreased rates of pension formulas. And so in our actuarial reports for employees, it anticipates that the cities will have reduced contributions and that we will need to make corresponding decreases in our CalPERS payments. One thing that is important to note is that this legislation is currently being challenged, next slide, by AB 1383. We anticipate that if the legislature approves, and the governor at the time approves, lowering the minimum retirement age from 57 to 55 and increasing the cap for PEPRA employees to increase the percentage formulas for public safety, that initially we are looking at approximately a $1 million increase, and this will continue to compound and increase over time. So this is an example of another potential unfunded mandate that the city will need to try to address. Next slide. This slide here indicates that in fiscal year 21-22, there are 581 positions, and now we are proposing 684 positions for fiscal year 26-27 to ensure that we have a balanced budget. Next slide. There have been many questions regarding unspent funds and where funds are. So this is a snapshot to ensure that the council is clear that the 48.5 million in one-time funds, those are available as noted. 1.5 million was earmarked and transferred to the Richmond Department of Children and Youth because that equates to approximately, that adds to the 3% of the general fund that is required per the charter and approved by the voters. Next slide. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Emily Combs, Director of Finance, to continue the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. So this is a high-level look at our general fund revenue assumptions. You can see that our revenue projections reflect steady, moderate growth across all of our major categories: property tax, sales and use tax, and utility user taxes. Our property tax benefits mostly from modest increases in our assessed valuation, and then reassessments that are tied to recent property sales. While sales and use tax reflects just continued strength, moderate strength in the local activity. Our utility users tax is also growing, driven primarily by energy-related inflation, even as our cable and telecom revenues continue to soften. So overall, our revenue outlook is pretty stable, but these categories do remain sensitive to economic conditions, things like energy prices, inflation, and that ultimately impact consumer behavior. So we'll continue to monitor the performance and report out at our quarterly reports. Next slide. So this is just a look at our general fund revenues at a very high level. Again, these projections reflect steady, moderate growth. The major categories continue to perform within a range that we would expect. Next slide. So looking on the expenditure side, the increases that you'll see in this draft budget are reflect our current staffing levels, what's in our position control, and the labor agreements that have already been finalized. So these amounts do not include those MOUs that are still in negotiation, which we'll talk about a little bit later. And as those agreements are completed, we will need to rebalance the budget. So they're not included. And what that might mean is revisiting our vacancy factor to accommodate the updated costs. Our benefit cost increases continue to be driven by our pension and our health care obligations with CalPERS, which reflect updated CalPERS requirements and our higher health premiums, which our city manager spoke about earlier. On the non-personnel side, we're seeing some reductions in vehicle replacement costs. That's not necessarily because our costs are going down for vehicles, but we program what is in our vehicle replacement schedule, which can have some fluctuations. We also, you'll see on the next slide, reduced debt service, and that is tied to some of our lease costs for streetlights. And then also we remove any one-time expenses in the prior year budget to not inflate the next year's budget. Next slide. So here's a high-level look at our expenditure projections, which reflect the cost pressures that we've been discussing, particularly in personnel. So most categories are tracking in a way that's consistent with recent trends and what we've been talking about probably for the last couple of years. But there are still variables that we'll need to track going forward, and so our expenditures could shift as the year unfolds. All right, so at a high level, this is what the department submitted. And as you can see, there were more requests than we were able to fund in this draft, so to a total of about $29.3 million. So this slide reflects the operational needs of the departments, but since they exceed our resources, we're unable to fund them at this time. So it's really just meant to show, the slide's meant to show the gap between what departments are asking for their operations and what we can sustainably support. And sometimes it doesn't mean that we're not doing it, but what we do is we ask departments to try to absorb those increases within their existing budgets, and then we'll monitor those budgets throughout the year and make adjustments as necessary. Next slide. So we continue to invest in reimagining public safety with a total program budget of roughly $9.3 million. So this includes YouthWorks, the Office of Neighborhood Safety, and the ROC program. So these investments reflect longstanding council priorities and the city's commitment to community-focused safety initiatives. Next slide. We have secured and leveraged a significant external funding of about $59.3 million in total grants to support our unhoused services. So these investments help sustain emergency sheltering, outreach, housing placements, and program operations. It's a strong foundation, but much of this funding is one-time and requires continued planning for our long-term sustainability for our unhoused. Next slide. So despite some of our fiscal constraints, we've continued to fund a range of key initiatives that align with council priorities, including work on the Arts Corridor, Black Resiliency, Gender-Based Violence Program, our immigration services, Kids First, community engagements, efforts around limited turn revenue, the mental health assessment, just to name a few. These initiatives advance important community outcomes, but they also rely on staff who are operating at full or near full capacity, which may extend timelines or require trade-offs as additional work is introduced. So you can see that some of these are being rolled forward as we're able to staff the programs. Next slide. So the budget does include several ongoing subsidies that we normally have, including support for housing, that's for Richmond Housing Authority, the rent program, employment and training programs, our landscape maintenance districts for Hilltop and Marina Bay, and also our IT systems. And other core services that don't fully recover their costs through fees, assessments, or charges for services. So these are reoccurring annual commitments necessary to maintain essential services and our community programs. Next slide. So on this slide, we're showing two different concepts. So the table on the top, those funds, they're for funds or programs that may need general fund subsidies during the year. So that is, if their revenues aren't covering their operating costs, then we'll transfer the general fund to bridge that gap as the year progresses. So they're not set, but that's the current gap in the budget. The second is cost recovery gaps for core programs, and I'm sure there are many others, but here we're showing engineering and code enforcement. So these aren't subsidies sort of like in the same sense. There's simply areas where fees and fines or charges for services are not covering the full cost of service. And this is a lot like other cities. We rely on the general fund to support the portion of the work that is foundational and not necessarily fee-based. Next slide. So this slide reflects the tools we're relying on to balance the budget this year. As our city manager mentioned earlier, the vacancy factor is not a long-term strategy. It simply reflects that we can't afford the amount of positions that we have allocated in the budget or the amount of all the authorized positions that we have. And those vacancies create savings that help keep the general fund in balance. We're also reducing SWORD overtime as staffing stabilizes in our public safety departments, prioritizing it for core public safety needs. So these approaches help us balance the budget for now, but they underscore the structural challenges that we're having and what we're working with. Next slide. So it's important to understand what we don't have in the budget now, which may come back very soon, and then we'll have to, again, rebalance our budget. We do not have future labor agreement costs for our police officers or police or fire management yet. Contra costa funding for housing, homelessness, and community development is not guaranteed in this budget, and any delays or reductions could shift some unplanned costs onto the city. We have advanced life support, and we need fire station upgrades. We're still working on the costs for those, but without a dedicated revenue source, which staff is actively exploring now, these costs would fall to the general fund. And finally, just the broader economic environment. Our energy markets, inflation, and supply chain issues just remain unpredictable and could generate increases in costs. Next slide. So those were the budget items that may require adjustments as the year progresses. But in addition, we're also managing a significant volume of council-directed work, which is shown on this slide, and it's tiny. A total of 34 city council-directed work efforts have been identified from January 1st, 2025 to present, spanning policy development, capital projects, new program creation, and just some ongoing service delivery items. So these 34 items reflect formally documented council actions and may not encompass all the ongoing requests that are made directly to our staff. Many of these items require significant staff time, interdepartmental coordination, funding identification, and long-term implementation, which represents a substantial expansion beyond our baseline operational responsibilities. Next slide.
Mayor, we said we would have transition breaks, so this
Yes.
is a time for everyone to get up and stretch.
Yes, no. So, everyone. All right. Wow, maybe you should lead us. Maybe you should lead us. They're stretching their facial muscles. So I'll give it 25 more seconds. All right, we've got ourselves animated. I'm happy with that. So now it's time to return to the mental work. So if you would.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate the stretch break since this is a long presentation and sometimes we have long meetings. Next up, KCRT, if you can please put the slide deck back up. We would like to, next slide, please, introduce Dr. Mia. She has been working with us and our senior management team for quite some time now, and she's been extremely invaluable to helping our team work on our organizational health and our performance and ensuring that we can respond in a collaborative and thoughtful and collective manner to moving forward the City Council's policy directives and concurrently balancing that with delivering on our day-to-day core operations. And so Dr. Mia is here will introduce herself in more detail, and we're proud to have her with us as a a Richmond native.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. And thank you, City Council, the City of Richmond residents, as well as the city staff for having me tonight. As our city manager said, I am the proud product of the City of Richmond. My family bought their home in 1971, and my district is District 6. And so I also think it's very important to pause for a moment. A longtime City of Richmond resident as well as staff member passed away, Abigail Sims. And Abigail and her brother Israel and I graduated El Cerrito High School together. So this has been a deep loss for the community of Richmond, for the City of Richmond, and for our family. Again, I have had the great pleasure of working as an organizational health consultant across the nation. And to be able to work with the City of Richmond has been a highlight of my work. I've worked with all of the departments, potentially over 200 of your staff. I've worked with them on key performance indicators, on equity-centered practices, as well as leadership. And then trained, of course, your ROC team. So I've had the great pleasure to work with your ROC team directly and train them. Next slide. And when I look across the nation at different cities, and organizations, I look at it through a lens of 5 different components. First, the culture of an organization. The culture being the traditions, the patterns, the behaviors, the norms of the city. Then I look at the composition. The structures of a city, the organizational charts, the number of councils, of which I know you all have 104, the capacity of the staff and the city, meaning the number of people, the number of requests for projects made, the time it takes to actually move from policy to implementation, and the expertise and training, as well as wellness. This month, May, is Mental Health Awareness Month. And one of the most stressful seasons for an organization and for their staff is budget development season. It breeds a lot of anxiety, it breeds a lot of stress and uncertainty. So we want to acknowledge that as we go through this work together. I also look at the 4th element, currency, fund optimization, revenue generation opportunities, state mandates versus unfunded mandates, which a lot of cities have that as one of their prime challenges, is how to do this work and make sure they're assigning funds to the work that needs to get done. And the one that's most missed is celebration. But celebration is a huge part of a strong and healthy organization, celebrating the wins, the successes, and the sustainability of an organization. And I want to pause to celebrate Richmond. Next slide. Celebrating Richmond's big wins. Everyone has the moving Richmond forward with all of these amazing accomplishments. The data shows progress in amazing ways. And I just want to highlight some progress and thank you for the work that you're doing in the city that raised me. One, the Home Key Project, providing 48 permanent supportive housing to chronically unhoused people. The Light in Richmond Project, making sure that Richmond is well lit so that we can move about it in a continuous, safe way. The Shield Reed Park and the Booker T. Anderson Community Center rehab. The CCRP ROC team being on mission and working hard to mitigate risk within Richmond. And then this is a big one, being removed from the state audit list and no longer being on the list of an at-risk government agency. So let's pause and give ourselves a hand. It's so important to celebrate Richmond. You've done that. Next slide. Now, in any work that you do within an organization, there are direct costs and there are indirect costs. So the direct costs are the ones that we see. Next slide, or moving it forward. The direct costs are things like your salaries and benefits, like the core services, those are all your direct costs that you see and state mandates. Next slide. But there are indirect costs that we rarely count in budget development, but I want to encourage us to consider in the budget process the indirect costs, things like employee burnout. Next slide, just keep pushing those. The rework. Rework means that we have so many priorities, they continue to change, and so we have to keep reworking the plan. We have additional meetings that continue to add costs to your staff. Go back, please, thank you. We have staff turnover because of the burnout, because of project delays, because of additional meetings, because of the pressure, the stress. You also can find yourself in an organization having low quality because you have too much quantity going on. It's so hard to produce quality when the volume is so big. You have unfunded mandates, low morale, additional hours worked that then creates costs like overtime. And then you increase the risk to your city, as well as reputational damage. And so we want to highlight the hidden costs, the unseen costs, so that when we consider budget development, we consider those things as well. Those are implications that are underneath this iceberg. They're not on the top, but they really, really matter. Next slide. Good news about Richmond is when we look at the components of a successful organization, you have some of the greatest people working here that I've ever worked with across the nation. Let me say that again. You have hired well. They are experts. They are passionate. They are committed. 36% of your permanent and part-time staff live right here in the city of Richmond. 36%. So that's a check mark. That's a huge win. We also have a wonderful council that not only adopts policy, but they adopt equity-focused policy. That does not happen across the nation. So that's a huge check mark. We also measure our impact now, right? On so many different measures that matter to the community, that matters to the environment, that matters to the nation, that matters to the state. Now, where you don't see a check marker on two areas where I would challenge us to continue to work to strengthen. Those things like effective processes, like really examining the process of how are we making sure that there's equity across each district. Some district council persons may work full-time jobs as well as serve on the council. So they may not have the same kind of time as a business owner on the council or a council member who this is their sole focus. So we want to make sure the effective processes are in place to make sure the allocation and equity of advocacy is also happening. How requests come to staff, very, very important to outline what that process looks like. And streamlining communications so that we can understand exactly how communication flows and that it is aligned to your 5 strategic priorities. Next slide, please. So I want to offer some components of successful organizations and some recommended shifts. And next slide. So we want to, in culture, we want to shift from to. So keep on, thank you. From culture, we want to shift from being reactive to proactive, anticipating what the needs are. We also want to shift from no prioritization, where you have so many things that we're saying we want to do, to the point where actually we're not prioritizing anything. Things remain outstanding. So I want to encourage us to consider 3 priorities every year that we can focus on, achieve well. In terms of composition, moving from expansive, like having 104 councils, committees, and task forces, to streamline. What would it look like to consolidate them so that they're doing work that's aligned? When it comes to capacity, considering from offline requests to trade-offs, to really having to look at what comes off the plate if something else is coming on the plate. Looking at who's beyond capacity to move everyone to an at capacity work expectation. That is very, very important. I want to pause there just for a moment as we started with Mental Health Month and how important that is. Most employers want folks to work beyond capacity. What that means is you're burning them out. But the real goal is to work at capacity. That means you're doing excellent work, but within the scope of the day and in a healthy way where you can have work-life balance. We also want to move in capacity from quantity, not so many things, to quality, where we're measuring the quality of the work. And finally, when it comes to currency, we want to move from unfunded mandates, where we know the funding source for each of the items, to funding for our state mandates first and foremost, taking one-time funding away from ongoing projects and making sure we're focused on core services. So the core items are what our city could receive. And so, to close out, 7 strategic budget questions are very important to ask, like how will our budget decisions support our approved strategic plan and our top 3 council priorities, as well as what new initiatives, projects, or services are being added and what is being discontinued to make room for them? Or what trade-offs are we making to fund these priorities? What is the impact of our budget decisions on the fund balance, our reserves? What are the top 3 financial risks to this budget, and what is our plan to mitigate that risk? And does the budget equitably represent our values of core services, state requirements, staff, and community needs? And then how will we continue to measure the success so Richmond can continue to move forward? Next slide. So as you're going to see these department budget presentations, I want you to keep these themes in mind throughout the weeks of these budget presentations. Number 1, the core services being prioritized. That's going to be a theme that you're going to see. Number 2, protecting time for policy implementation. And I'm going to say that one again, protecting time for policy implementation, because there's one thing to make policy, it's another thing to implement policy. Number 3, to pause on unfunded mandates, to say to ourselves that we want to pause and get some things done so that we know where the funding is coming from, but we know we can move the ones that we do have funding for forward. Number 4, we want to practice the art of considering trade-offs versus one-off requests. And finally, we want to preserve the mental and financial health of the city and its employees. So you'll see that theme throughout the department budget presentations. And we wanted to show you this last slide of how this framework that we've worked on, how policy adoption is very important. But the multiple steps it takes to get to the wins, to the celebrating the presentation, there are so many steps. So step 2 after the adoption is to determine funding sources and department owners. Number 3, to identify key decision makers. Number 4, to understand regulatory standards. Number 5, to engage our key implementers and stakeholders in the process with us to co-construct. Number 6, to draft procedures and timelines and assess all of our resources. Number 7, to draft a wonderful communication plan. Number 8, to continue to educate and work with our community about the policy. And then to evaluate the policy, as well as to present about its outcomes and success. So with that, I want to just thank you so much for continuing to hold the city that I love and that raised me so well. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Dr. Mia. And next.
I'm going to go ahead and take over here with boards and commissions. So, and we'll go briefly through these. Staff currently supports more than 100 boards, commissions, and interagency groups, many of which meet regularly and require ongoing coordination. Next slide. That translates to about 3,500 hours a year spent in meetings alone. So that's roughly a little under 2 full-time equivalent or full-time employees. And that doesn't include preparation, coordination, or follow-up. So in reality, the total workload is likely closer to about 7,000 to 14,000 hours annually. Next slide. This work spans all major service areas and often requires multiple departments to coordinate, which adds another layer of effort beyond the meetings themselves. Next slide. So when you put it all together, these are ongoing commitments that function as a baseline workload, which means new requests don't create one-time tasks. They create permanent ongoing obligations. Next slide. And given that, staff capacity to take on additional work is limited without reprioritization or consolidation of existing efforts. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to our department presentations, and we can queue up Lena Velasco, our Director of Community Development. Thank you, Emily. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, council members, Richmond community, and my city colleagues. My name is Lena Velasco. I'm the Director of Community Development. I'm excited to kick off the department presentations for the fiscal year 26-27 budget. I want to first start by acknowledging the amazing and dedicated team that I get to work alongside every day and represent this evening. It is truly an honor and privilege to work with them and many other city departments in the core services we provide every day to move Richmond forward. This evening, I will provide an overview of the core functions of each department division, identify some of the key projects and council goals we're leading, as well as discuss the changing landscape of regulation that is changing how we do our work, and we'll close with some recommendations as we move forward into the next fiscal year. Next slide. Many of our core functions, such as permitting, support council-identified goals. Specifically, community development supports all 6 goals identified, with our greatest capacity demands being in housing development, homelessness prevention and response, as well as community health and citywide plan development. There's a few I'm going to highlight. As noted this evening, our Home Key project. This was a partially city-funded as well as a grant-funded project to purchase a motel and convert it into 48 units of supportive housing to serve the chronically homeless. The project is under construction, and we're hopeful to start occupancy this fall. In addition, we have expanded the residential rental inspection program to ensure minimum housing quality. Those inspections are ongoing and are here to serve our area residents. In addition, we have supported the Richmond Housing Authority in the rehabilitation of Nevin Plaza Phase 2. We're also currently leading the development of the Hilltop Horizon Specific Plan, which will bring jobs as well as housing opportunities here within Richmond. We also support and lead the implementation, along with many community partners, of Richmond Rising, which is a transformative climate communities project to serve the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, and Coronado neighborhoods to enhance climate resiliency. In addition, we have a grant-funded sea level rise adaptation plan and resiliency plan that we're currently in development and doing community engagement around. Next slide. So the first division I'm going to talk about this evening is our building division. The building division's key purpose is mostly around permitting construction. However, this role continues to evolve with new state legislation centered around the housing crisis. Specifically, this includes establishing new processes to legalize unpermitted accessory dwelling units that were built prior to January 1st, 2020. In addition, we are now also being asked to not only do habitability inspections related to homelessness shelters, but now we're required to do annual inspections of all shelters within the city. So just some of the key functions, as I mentioned, we enforce the California Building Code standards, as well as the California Health and Safety Code, the city's grading ordinance, the National Flood Insurance Program, and this is all important stuff that serves the public safety. Flood insurance program is to make sure that Richmond residents are able to get a reduction in their premium for flood insurance if the city doesn't keep an active program. In addition, the city has adopted a green building ordinance, and the building division helps enforce that ordinance, not just for city-led projects, but also private projects. We also investigate substandard construction, and if we do emergency response, so if the city was to be an earthquake, just this past weekend, there was a residential fire. And so we will send a building inspector to determine if the building is safe for reoccupancy or if a red tag needs to be issued to make sure that nobody enters the property. We also calculate and collect permit, mitigation, and impact fees, not just on behalf of city departments, but also other state agencies and regional agencies such as WICTAC, as well as the state. We also provide direct plan check and inspection services for the Chevron Richmond refinery. This is an important priority to make sure that they're able to do regular maintenance work of their facility. And so we have assigned staff that we have a permit services agreement for. So the next division that I'm going to talk about is the planning division. The planning division's core function really centers around project entitlement, making sure that projects comply with city regulations. And that includes the Permit Streamlining Act, the California Environmental Quality Act. Also for both the Richmond Housing Authority or any project that includes a federal action or funding that may also be subject to the National Environmental Protection Act. And so we support the environmental review as well as public noticing requirements around zoning regulation, general plan amendments. One of the biggest areas for planning is really around housing and state law implementation, particularly as it relates to general plans, as well as now the Housing Accountability Act, no net loss, and our annual housing element progress report. And the annual progress report is a small function, but it's a very important function that if it's not completed, it makes the city subject to certain builders' remedies in which projects that don't comply with any city regulations are able to come forward. It also makes the city eligible to apply for certain funding around transportation dollars, housing dollars, encampment resolution dollars. And so if we are unable to complete these mandated tasks, the city is not eligible to apply for a lot of the funds that we're able to obtain. As I noted, general plan law requires the city to maintain and regularly update its general plan. Our current general plan right now is envisioned through 2030. We are nearing 2030, and so it's time for us to start in the process of updating the general plan and getting that through the process. And so that's one area that we'll be focused on over the next couple of years, and that's necessary to make sure that the city's vision, development vision, land use vision aligns with community goals and priorities. The other big part that we do is interdepartmental and agency coordination. So many of the projects that we're reviewing require review by outside, not always internal sewer companies, utility companies, environmental health. And so there's a lot of coordination amongst our departments, but also agency coordination to make sure that we're obtaining conditions of approvals for projects. In addition, the division is currently supporting the interdepartmental as well as the interagency coordination with implementing the terms of the maintenance service agreement around Point Melati with the East Bay Regional Park District. And so that is taking up a significant amount of staff time too. Next slide. As far as the next division is code enforcement. Code enforcement is here to protect the public health safety as well as neighborhood quality by ensuring properties comply with municipal codes, zoning ordinance, maintenance requirements. The program does emphasize a voluntary compliance first, and we do this through inspections, providing notices to property owners, as well as providing a time to correct deficiencies. And a lot of this work requires coordination with other departments that may have identified violations, including building, planning, as well as public safety, such as fire. Over the last few years, as the council and the community have reimagined public safety, some of the regulatory functions that the Richmond Police Department was holding, those got shifted to code enforcement, specifically around cannabis, tobacco, alcohol. And, you know, as we've brought forward to the council an enhanced tobacco enforcement program, retailer's license, the state, however, still requires the police department to be engaged in the confiscation of illegal flavored tobacco products. And so code enforcement is working closely with our colleagues at the Richmond Police Department to make sure that as we complete inspections and we identify illegal flavored tobacco products, that the police department is able to confiscate those to make sure that they're not being sold within our city. In addition, there's a lot of coordination around cannabis licensing, not just from wastewater, but also with building to make sure that improvements are being maintained and enforcement if necessary to ensure compliance with conditions of approval. We also support abandoned vehicle abatement. So when somebody has inoperable vehicles on their private property and they're not being moved or regularly maintained, we also manage that program to ensure neighborhood quality. In addition, we support, the Code Enforcement Division supports planning when we find violations of conditions of approval, as well as other enforcement for unlicensed operations. Next slide. So as far as our housing division, you know, this division sort of is evolving from mostly our grant work, but there's also responsibilities that were assumed with the dissolution of the redevelopment agency. So specifically, this division manages the portfolio of city loans and agreements that remain now sitting with the city. And so oftentimes there may be a property owner who is trying to refinance or wants to pay off a loan. We support in those daily activities to make sure that they're able to get the payoffs that they need or the subordinations to complete work. In addition, we may fund supportive services for affordable housing projects through some of those agency funds, former agency funds that we support. A lot of our work has been around encampment resolution funding. As noted earlier, we've been successful in bringing more than $20 million to support unhoused interventions, everything from job creation to rental assistance. And all of that work is complemented through support that the council has provided also through its reimagining funding. This division also supports the oversight and the implementation of the inclusionary housing ordinance. So the city requires market rate development to contribute its fair share towards affordable housing needs. We completed a nexus study several years ago, and a percentage is now set aside for affordable housing units. In addition, we do have several recognized obligation projects of the successor agency before we officially close and wind down the successor agency, and those are related to the Metro Walk Phase 2, as well as Miraflores. And earlier, our city manager was able to share the good news that Metro Walk is getting tax credits, hopefully, after May 12th, and we'll be able to hopefully sunset that project within the next 2-year period. In addition, we are in the process of supporting the development of a housing equity roadmap, as well as the homelessness strategic plan, and that work is led by the housing team in coordination with community input as well as city departments. And also, I was already noted, the Home Key project is a key function or key project right now this division is working on. Next slide. One of the unique things that has happened in this department was in 2023, we were able to secure a $35 million transformative climate communities grant, which is a 5-year period project for the city, and this was done in partnership with several community-based organizations. And so within our department, we now have a transformative climate communities team, and so this is the term staff that has been hired specifically to focus and support the implementation of this project. And they do this through grants management as well as regular invoicing. And we are also consistently working to identify additional funding sources to fund gaps that may be identified within the already identified projects or projects that would leverage the work that's already been done. And so last year, we were successful in securing $19.5 million to support additional projects within our project area. We also the TCC team is working closely in coordination with several city departments, mostly our engineering team, our parks team, as we do tree planting, new streetscape projects, lighting projects, e-bike lending libraries, community gardens, and so there's a lot of coordination with city departments. In addition, we have a collaborative stakeholder committee, so monthly this team is leading a community meeting at the Nevin Community Center that invites both the public and all the project partners to report on project progress, as well as to gather input around program implementation and program design. So this team, as we've secured additional funding, they will also be supporting the grant reporting and completing the grant deliverables that were secured through that additional funding. Next slide. So now I'm going to shift a little bit into the special projects that are creating some additional demand in our core services. Our core services already demand 100% of our capacity. However, as we continue to focus on special projects, these are really the major projects that are putting additional strains. Grant writing. This is an important piece, and I'll talk a little bit more detail in terms of how this work happens, but this personally is very important to me. I think if we develop plans and bring those forward for city council adoption, we're making a promise to the community that we are going to try to implement every component of that. And so if we are unable to do that within our city budget, then we have to find external resources to help support in those implementations. So I don't just like to plan, I actually like to implement. And so I think that's a big part of why I do grant writing and why we really push our team to also focus on that. The other project that's taking a lot of time is the Hilltop Horizon project. As we know that development can be a moving target, particularly in times of uncertainty around markets and things like that. And so it's very important for us to make sure that when we do have grant-funded projects, which this is, to try to stick to a project deadline. And if we're having a lot of external projects come forward, it sort of detracts our attention away from the projects we need to complete. And then those projects are not able to be completed on time and within budget. And then that results in us coming back to the council asking for a subsidy to close those gaps in the project delivery. And so this is also the case with the Sea Level Rise Adaptation Plan. This is an Ocean Protection Council funded grant project. However, if we're unable to complete the project within the time frame we specified in the grant, it could result in a project overrun, and that may require us to come back to council asking for a subsidy. So I think we would very much want to focus on completing those projects on time and within schedule. In addition, the rental inspection program, as the council may recall, when we brought the expanded program to the council for consideration, in the ordinance, there was a desire by the council for us to evaluate whether or not we can bring this program in-house, what the cost, the timing, and the steps for that to occur. So that is work that's in progress. We have issued an RFP to get a consultant to support us in that analysis. And so we will be reviewing the proposals received, and we'll be coming to council for that work. But I think what we do know is that to bring the program in-house will likely cost more. And so who absorbs the cost will be a decision that we'll have to bring forward to the council for consideration, and that is targeted to occur next fiscal year. And then lastly, kind of the other big project is the tobacco program enforcement. As noted, there is a huge amount of flavored tobacco still out in our community, as well as many prohibited products. And so this is a strong collaboration, not just by code enforcement, but it includes planning, the Richmond Police Department, as well as our Fire Prevention Bureau and our City Attorney's Office. I cannot forget them because they're a very key part of enforcement actions as well. And so I just want to note that a lot of these special initiatives and the major projects are drawing on the same staff that are having to provide core services to the community, our contractors, our businesses, owners every day. And so, we just need to be cognizant of those strains. Next slide. Okay, I'm nearing the end, I promise. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about the grant work. So as of December 2025, we're managing approximately $296 million in grants, which is about 40% of the city budget. And the city does not have a specific team dedicated to identifying, applying, or managing grants. So this is all work that's being consumed by existing staff. The process typically identifies, we look at the opportunity, we then look at what are eligible expenditures, who are eligible applicants. We identify, okay, here's a few projects. Oftentimes we're bringing in other departments who may also have projects of interest. We also sometimes will bring in project partners. I think the council has identified, how do we decide on which projects to come forward, which projects do we apply for? And so we also tried to look at an equity lens of where is the needs needed. And so all of that takes time. I think receiving the award is one thing, but then it's implementation. A lot of these grants now want us to have community engagement, which is important to us as well, but then also regular reporting and invoicing to make sure that a lot of the grants are reimbursement based. So the city puts the money out first, and then we have to ask for the money back. And so making sure that we're able to seek reimbursements on a timely basis so that we're not drawing on city funds. So just wanted to note the many processes that go into grant writing as well as grant management. Next slide. And here is just, again, some of the typical cycles. And a lot of this is coordination amongst different departments to make sure that we know there's either a coordinated effort or if multiple departments are going to be applying for grants. And so it's just, a lot of effort and time. And so I just want to acknowledge all the staff that works on these grants. It's not an easy thing, but we do believe it's important to do it to bring more resources to the city and our residents. So next slide. And so one of the last things I'm going to talk about is how different legislation is affecting our service delivery. So since 2020, California has passed over 200 housing-related bills that heavily impact the way we do work, how city, local governments, it's really around zoning, permitting, and housing accountability. And so every time a new law comes into effect, we have to review it, understand if there's any already published guidelines on how it's implemented, and then oftentimes we're having to update city regulations, update our forms, look at our fee structure. Are we collecting the right fee for the work that's being requested?
And so I think this is a major, major impact. And now it's not only spreading to the entitlement, which is the planning process, but also into the permitting process. And so this is just one area of work that is fundamentally changing how community development delivers services. A lot of it wants faster turnarounds, less discretion, as well as seeking greater operational agility. And so we need to be able to spend time to review the legislation so that as it's implemented, we're fully understanding the obligations of cities' staff. Next slide. I'm not going to go through each one, but I think here on the slide here are some of the major legislation that's impacting how we do the work. As I noted earlier, we also have now homeless shelter inspections. Before it was only if we had a habitability complaint, but now it's annual and it is required. We have to submit a report. If we don't submit a report, we can't apply for encampment resolution funding. So the state is also adding a stick to the carrot, right? So if cities want to apply for funding, you now need to make sure that you're completing these inspections to be eligible to get those funding. So it's very much serving as a gate to us being able to secure some additional resources for Richmond. So having staff time to be able to dedicate to implementation of these laws is going to be very important to keep resources. Next slide. So this is my last slide. And so what are our recommendations? I think here, we obviously want to ensure that staff capacity is aligned to make sure that all of the state mandates that are being remanded down, that we're able to implement, update our regulations to align in a timely fashion. Because if not, then we're having to do bulletins and sort of do other notices to the public. We also are wanting to continue to invest in staff training, technology improvements, as well as process improvements. As mentioned earlier, we very much want to streamline, look at possibly combining our design review board and our planning commission, since both draw services, but the state is really moving to objective design standards. And so what a design review board can do is still very limited. And so we could still combine the focus so that the public still has an opportunity to comment and provide input, but it may be in a more streamlined fashion. In addition, we do want to continue to enhance public communication around all these new housing laws and how they're impacting our work, but also decision-making in the city. The state is telling cities, you now need to allow this use by right if you allow housing of other types. And so really just being able to educate the public about the local control that is being eroded due to the housing crisis is an important function for the public to also be informed. We also want to make sure that we have capacity to follow the legislation that's changing so that Richmond has an opportunity to opine and provide input in the process if we know it could have adverse effects to our community. And so I think we need some bandwidth to be able to provide the ability to do that. And then lastly, we have a lot of goals that the council has already identified for us, and so we would like to focus on completing those already identified assignments and just making sure that we're able to complete those projects on time to make sure that there's no cost overruns and also ensure that as we do this implementation that there's less potential for mistakes or other hidden costs. And so with that, I will pass it on to the next presenter. So thank you.
Thank you, Lena. And we have a transition break now. Stretch away.
Take this. Chair.
I left the whole line. I don't know. I was asleep. That's why I like to hold mine. You always find out more so as it gets closer.
I'm glad that everyone is enjoying these breaks. I think the breaks keep us animated, but we also need to be able to settle down. So I'd appreciate it if people bring yourself to order so that we can begin our session. All right, Commander-in-Chief.
All right, I guess I'm next. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and residents of Richmond. My name is Timothy Simmons. I am the police chief here in the City of Richmond, and my slides will be much quicker than all the others you're going to see tonight. So, all right, yes. Stay on that current slide, please. Thank you. So, tonight I'm going to discuss how the current workload affects patrol visibility, our capacity for investigation follow-up, our temporary holding facility, community policing, and our compliance responsibilities. For the council's pleasure, our mission statement is rather lengthy, but it can be summed up with 4 Ps. It's prevention, partnership, professionalism, and protection. And that's what we set out to do on a daily basis. Next slide, please. So why this matters now. Richmond Police Department supports core public safety functions while also contributing to the multiple City Council strategic goal areas. I want to frame the role of the police department tonight not just in one category of public safety, but how we collaborate with other city departments, community-based organizations, and other outside organizations to really be a partner with all 6 of Council's goals. So the first Council goal, housing and homelessness. Police Department has encampment response and unhoused outreach coordination with quality of life calls to both isolated locations and repeated locations. Last year alone, Police Department responded to 600 calls for service related to unhoused individuals or encampments. We don't respond to those alone. We respond to those in partnership with CORE, with partnership with The Rock, partnership with A3, and partnership with our crime prevention unit. Primary goal there is to help unhoused individuals find wraparound services and be able to help bridge the gap between homelessness and permanent or temporary housing. The second area, council priority that the police department helps to facilitate is under revenue and economic development. We work to provide support for business district safety, special events, visible police presence that supports commerce and investment. We work with the Port of Richmond. We work with the Richmond Main Street Initiative. We work with economic development, 23rd Street Merchants, the McDonald Business Corridor, the San Pablo Avenue Business Corridor. We meet with them on a monthly basis to see how we can support commerce and economic development in the city of Richmond. We support quality of life and community health through crisis response, addressing neighborhood issues. We engage our youth and community engagements. We deal with nuisance abatement and neighborhood-related issues. We also don't do this in an isolated vat, but we collaborate with the West County School District in this regard. We collaborate with ROC. We collaborate with our PAL, Public Works, the abatement team to address illegal dumping, and we have a robust Explore program that engages our youth and gets them involved and off the streets as well. The fourth council priority that we engage in is public safety, and that's kind of the easy one that people would think is our bread and butter. It's our patrol response, our investigations, traffic enforcement, violence reduction, emergency response, and case follow-up. But even there, we do not do that in an isolated vat alone. We collaborate with the county task force, we collaborate with mutual aid response, and even work with neighborhoods like the RNCC and other community-based organizations to address public safety in that regard. The fifth priority that we partner with is under internal infrastructure and process, ensuring officers are trained, that policies are followed and updated, that legal mandates are met and accountability systems function. This includes having a cooperative relationship with the Community Police Review Commission, a cooperative relationship with RNCC, a cooperative relationship with state oversight bodies like California Peace Officer Standards and Training, and the federal oversight bodies through the Department of Justice and the COPS office. And then lastly, the shoreline and ecological sustainability. Having police officers present enforcing regulations that are in the parks and shoreline areas, having emergency response to those locations, partnering with East Bay Regional Parks and Public Works to deal with illegal dumping in our parks, all part of keeping the parks sustainable and a place that people want to visit and frequent and spend the day with their families. So to that regard, RPD supports all 6 goal areas that the council has set forth. Next slide, please. The work that keeps Richmond running within the police department. So our core service and function, I'm just going to go through a few of these. So patrol response and beat coverage. With regard to our patrol response and beat coverage, that is emergency calls for service, report taking, field response, mutual aid, coordinating with the courts, and booking responsibilities. This also includes patrol officers who conduct preliminary investigations. And then we have our investigations bureau, our investigations unit, who's responsible for case follow-up. And they also deal with quality of life issues, addressing things that code enforcement needs cooperation with. Case assignments, interviews, warrant authors and warrant service, discovery, working with the court system, subpoena process, and DA support. And I'll even add that we do support even the public defender's office when they need discovery and they need certain things from a police officer. We make them available in that regard as well. Our temporary holding facility operations, it's booking coordination and transportation to the Martinez Detention Facility when local facility staffing is unavailable. I bring this up because when we are not able to properly staff or keep our temporary holding facility open, that requires an officer to leave our jurisdiction, leave our city, anywhere from 90 minutes to 2 hours to drive to the Martinez Detention Facility. And the booking process that takes place there is rather laborious and backed up. And so now that officer, instead of being in our city providing emergency response or calls for service support in our city, they're spending that time waiting in a line or dealing with the county out in Martinez. Crime prevention and community engagement. This is a very important one for us. This is dealing with problem solving, neighborhood meetings, business outreach, unhoused coordination, addressing repeat locations, building community relationships. One of the priorities for the police department this year, outside of the police department, is building relationships, and out of relationships, we believe trust will be cultivated. Traffic, special events, and directed enforcement. This is collision response, DUI enforcement, traffic safety work, working with Public Works and the engineer department on how to address issues that are on our roadways. We meet on a monthly basis right now as a cooperative effort. And also supporting community-wide events such as Cinco de Mayo, Juneteenth, National Night Out. That's just a few of them. We have a total of about 10 community-wide, city-wide events that the police department supports to make happen. And then lastly, training, compliance, records, and administrative support. So as with every other department that you've heard from tonight, there is state mandates and federal mandates and laws that come through throughout the year that address how we do our jobs, such as AB 953, which is the RIPA, our Stop Data Collection, which stands for Racial Identity Profiling Act, or AB 481, which is our Military Equipment Use Policy, and our annual reporting duties that come with both of those. And there's a few others, but those are the two big ones. In addition to California Post Standards and Training, which annually comes out with new standards, new training standards, new criteria for how officers should be doing their job. The training aspect of what Post does requires 24 hours of professional continued education for each sworn personnel every other year, and 24 hours of perishable skills training every other year. So the police department has to ensure that every sworn personnel from myself all the way on down receives 48 hours of continued training to meet the Post mandates. Those records are audited on an annual basis. Somebody from the state comes to the department, and our accreditation as a police department hinges on our ability to maintain those training standards. Next slide, please. So operational demands affecting core service delivery. So the Richmond Police Department, like I said, responded to over 600 calls for service related to unhoused. That was year to date. That's about an 8.5% increase from this time last year. And again, our goal and our purpose, linking it to the council goal, is to support our unhoused community to help other CBOs and city departments address those issues and help them find temporary or permanent housing, which also goes towards crime prevention, community policing, and really helping our neighborhoods become sustainable. That is a high capacity demand. Our temporary holding facility limitations, which is what I just briefly talked about, that goes to public safety and our internal process. If officers leave the beat and are on their way to Martinez, then they're not in our community providing service. This draws on the attention of all of our patrol supervisors and our line level officers, and it's an immediate operational strain when things are not happening properly in the temporary holding facility. Our patrol staffing needs affect investigations ability. So when we do not have proper staffing on patrol and mandatory staffing beats are left vacant, what is required is a reverse rotation from our investigations bureau down into patrol in order to maintain that minimum staffing. If I have detectives that are working beats, that means they're not following through on the caseload they have for investigations, and then vice versa. Compliance mandates, public records, major event operations. RPD responds to approximately 92,000 calls for service per year. That equates to about 252 calls for service per day. So all the mandates and the case updates and the legal updates and the training requirements go towards our ability to be efficient and properly respond to those calls for service throughout the day and throughout the year. And then lastly, community policing, neighborhood problem solving, and outreach. Officers account for 32 neighborhood council meetings. Not all of those meet every month. Some of them meet quarterly, and some of them actually are not meeting at all. So full transparency, I don't believe that all 32 are operational, but we assign officers to each, so when they do start meeting, they have an officer that they can connect with. And that supports community health, crime prevention, builds resident trust and visible service delivery that is beyond just responding to reactive calls for service. Next slide, please. So how limited capacity affects service delivery. As of May 4th, 2026, the police department has authorized 147 sworn positions. There are currently 129 filled positions, with 9 of those are still in the police academy, and 18 sworn vacancies. The department has authorized 71 full-time professional staff employees. There are currently 58 positions filled and 13 vacancies. An important stat that I didn't include in the slide, but I think it's important to note, is right now 40% of our patrol bureau is all on probation still. So that's reflective of the new staff that we've brought on, but it's also indicative of officers that have retired or moved on to other jurisdictions. But it's important to know that with 40% of our patrol response is on probation, it means there's a lot of training, there's a lot of supervision, and there's a lot of paying attention to what people are doing because they don't have the expertise at this point to really be any more lax than what we are right now. So it's high supervision right now. So the work that gets squeezed when staffing levels are impacted, that's proactive community policing and engagement, our investigations suffer, crime prevention suffers, problem solving suffers, and our training staff and development becomes more difficult to try to accomplish. And the operational impact is officers end up leaving beats to either cover other officers in other beats, to respond to Martinez for booking, which is what we talked about already. Supervisors and key staff have to absorb additional responsibilities, and major events and seasonal enforcement plans compress already limited staffing. The impact to residents is less visible patrol. Relationship-based policing suffers, slower progress on cases and nuisance issues, and repeat problem locations go unaddressed. And then higher risk of burnout and turnover for our current staff. As staffing increases, though, here's the good news: as staffing increases, which it has been, the department can move beyond minimum staffing and begin restoring critical service capacity, including full-time traffic division, a bicycle patrol unit, which we're consistently being asked for in all 3 of our business districts, specialized investigations unit, and an additional weekend patrol team. Our patrol team on the weekend, they work 12.5-hour shifts with no no relief. I recently have been able to implement a partial shift on the weekend due to our increased recruiting, where now our weekend officers are starting to have some overlap for the first time in 5 years, which allows them to be able to take breaks, have their lunches, get caught up on reports, and be paying attention to the things they need to be paying attention to and providing the level of service that we all expect our officers to provide to our community. But it's only half full. I need to continue to staff that shift. Next slide, please. So here's an example of what some of our collaboration looks like, and you heard about this from Lena just a moment ago. We partnered with code enforcement to address some of the smoke shops and the flavored tobacco that is not supposed to be sold in our community. And what you see this picture of right here is a Connex box that has been delivered to the police department. It's on our property, and it serves as our makeshift evidence vault for all of the flavored tobacco. And what you see on those tables right there reflects two inspections on 2 smoke shops out of all the smoke shops that we have on the list that need to be inspected. All of those items you see on that list fall into the category of prohibited items under the City of Richmond's current ordinance and state law. Each one of those items has to be properly booked. Chain of custody has to be properly taken control of, and each item has to be described and properly, to book this much evidence right here, I think it took the team about 2 weeks to do. With the additional staffing that has been supported in the police department, I've been able to add an additional body into our investigations unit that focuses solely on the partnership that we have with code enforcement to help get this work done. Next slide, please. What support protects core service delivery? So core service delivery is protected when the police department has sufficient support and staffing to absorb mandated training, legal compliance, reporting, technology management, supervision, scheduling, and public transparency requirements without pulling critical time and personnel away from patrol response, investigations, traffic safety, and community policing. And so like I stated before, the way that we've been managing things over the last 5 years has been robbing Peter to pay Paul. We take officers out of patrol to have them do certain specialty assignments. We take officers out of specialty assignments to have them do things in patrol. We're heavily reliant on volunteer overtime when things come up that are required to be addressed in the police department, where we need people to volunteer to sign up for. And that is in addition to when there are seasons and times when there's mandatory overtime as well, and that places a strain on the organization. With a fully staffed department, we do not rely on volunteers. We're able to properly staff each unit and provide the service that the community expects. So stabilizing patrol staffing reduces beat vacancies. We need to protect minimum staff deployment and create room for proactive work instead of just continued backfill. I hear this request almost on a daily basis from different parts of the community, whether it's through emails or phone calls or people setting meetings to come by and meet with me. They want to know who their neighborhood police officer is. Who is the one they can talk to? Who is the one they can build that relationship with? Where over the last several years, what we have to do is it's a different officer. It could be a different officer from one day to the next, depending upon what's going on with our staffing levels, injury, training, vacations, things of that nature. Protecting investigations and specialty functions. We need to preserve detectives' capacity to follow through in a timely manner on critical investigations. Some of the investigations we deal with have strict timelines associated with them. There's evidence that has to be processed. There's strict timelines that the state and the federal government has on when we are to get those pieces of evidence processed through, like a DNA lab, like a sexual assault kit, things like that. Those cases need to be followed up on in a timely manner. Address temporary holding facilities and transport coverage. We need to make sure that our temporary holding facility remains open and active so that officers stay in the city of Richmond where taxpayer dollars are supporting them in our community and not anywhere else. Rebuilding community policing relationships. Again, it's a priority in the police department that we build relationships, and out of relationships comes trust. And then to encourage the council to limit new initiatives to available staffing capacity. We are open to new things. We are collaborative. We want to provide all the service possible. And it's just the ask is that we look at what our current staffing capacity is and that the initiatives that we take on that are new, that they be aligned with what our staffing capacity is. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
And we have Public Works next. We do have a transition break.
Okay. What's that?
This is the thing I sent you this morning. I'm just seeing if it got shared anywhere else. I think so. I feel so bad about if we're asking and then they're not able to use the day, and then it's going to be the staff, and then there's going to be the code enforcement, so they might not get to it. I just feel like I have to do this to people.
It's more
I've seen her, she's on like 3 pages or something. You need to email. You're 5 minutes.
I don't have to ask you because I know she's asking for me.
Yeah, she already on there. She has like whole weeks with all this stuff. So every part very much. I saw her.
Eduardo, all of these people are from the Montessori home here.
This is the second time they've come.
Yeah. And it's not like they can say like 5 minutes.
So you can say, we want you to be. Can I say, Mayor, can you announce that this item will be heard at the next meeting?
Yeah.
Okay, so that way Tim can come on. Okay, thank you.
All right, if we can complete our conversations so we can begin the next section on Public Works.
And last but not least, Director Chavarria.
Are you the one? Oh, okay. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, City Council members. For the record, my name is Daniel Chavarria, I'm the Public Works Director. And with me tonight, there's distinguished staff members from the Public Works Department. Please raise your hand from the Public Works Department to be acknowledged. Darcy and Hilal, you should swap seats, just saying. Also with us today is Mr. John Bliss, remotely from SCI Consulting. And all of us are ready to answer all your questions about this presentation and Attachment 8, Attachment 9, Attachment 12. Mayor Martinez, council members.
But wait, Daniel, we're not going to have, we're going to listen to questions, but we're not going to respond, remember?
They're going to
gonna
kill
write
me
them
now.
in
They're going to
writing.
kill me.
Because we have public hearings
Staff is
next.
going to say what? Thank you. Mayor Martinez, council members, tonight I want to start by recognizing the work of the Public Works team. The team is delivering essential services every day while also managing a large capital project portfolio, responding to resident concerns, supporting council priorities, and building systems that Richmond has needed for a long time. There is a lot to be proud of. We are not where we want to be there yet, but we are moving from a reactive public works model towards a more planned, data-driven, and accountable organization. That is a major shift. Next. Public Works touches almost every physical part of the city: streets, signs, signals, sidewalk, buildings, parks, fleet, drainage, wastewater oversight, abatement, capital projects, permits, transportation services, and administrative support. The challenge is not that the work is unimportant. The challenge is that almost all of it is important at the same time. Next slide, please. We are managing daily operations, emergencies, resident requests, council referrals, regulatory compliance, and a portfolio of more than 80 CIP projects. That is before we add new initiatives. Many of the council-directed initiatives are valuable and aligned with community needs, but each one requires staff time, procedures, public communication, enforcement coordination, technology, legal review, and field implementation. The more directions we move at the same time, the harder it becomes to deliver the core infrastructure work residents also expect. We have a list in the middle column there about some of the city-directed initiatives, but I definitely miss adding some more. We have the Blue Curb as accessible parking program, holding tank policy development and implementation, cyclovia event coordination and field support, sidewalk vendor ordinance
Operationalization. Oh, I botched that too.
Thank you. Ongoing emergent assignments from council and city manager directions, zero emission vehicle and infrastructure transition plan, autonomous transit network feasibility study, and the ones that I miss, the lot, wildfire preparedness ad hoc committee, 3 wells in CIP sidewalk projects, Purchases Village infrastructure plan, community-led bus stop bench program, Clean Richmond pilot program, Cheese Park improvement plan, Pool My Neighborhood Park, and land acquisition feasibility in county. Next slide, please. Let me stop for a moment to talk about the different groups that we have in Public Works, and I'm going to start with operations and maintenance. They keep the city functioning. Operations and maintenance is the most visible part of Public Works. These are the crews residents see where potholes are patched, signs are replaced, parks are cleaned, graffiti is removed, facilities are repaired, vehicles are maintained, and emergencies happen. The pressure on this group is significant because much of the workload is reactive. Vandalism, illegal dumping, copper wire theft, encampment impacts, aging in facilities, deferred maintenance, storms, and emergency repairs all pull staff away from planned work. Next slide, please. I wish I would be able to read all what we have per every single group, but I think you have it there and you will be able to see it on your free time. I want to move forward a little bit more with the data. We'll get to that. Next slide, please. And this is the second slide from operations and maintenance. You have the 5 groups that have operations and maintenance. Next slide, please. The strategic shift we need is simple. More preventative maintenance, fewer emergency repairs. Preventative maintenance is cheaper, cleaner, and smarter. Emergency response is expensive and ugly, and Richmond has been living too much in emergency mode. We receive constantly your offer to how can we help. You have said it in public, and sometimes I haven't been able to express specifics, and I'm going to start with the first help I need. We need to maintain the assets we already own before they become more expensive failures. Next slide, please. The next group is engineering and transportation. They deliver projects, but the pipeline is overloaded. Engineering and transportation are managing capital projects delivery, development reviews, permits, traffic safety, active transportation, and mobility programs. This team is managing more than 80 CIP projects through planning, design, bidding, construction, and closeout. They are also responding to traffic safety concerns. City Council requests, grant requirements, design coordination, permit reviews, and construction inspections. The work is technical, deadline-driven, and very easy to underestimate from the outside. When new projects are added without stopping or sequencing existing work, we do not create more capacity. We create more competition for the same staff time. That is where projects slow down, not because people are not working, but because everything becomes priority number one. And when everything is priority number one, guess what? Nothing is. Next slide, please. This is the same concept. I'm going to leave it up to you to read it at your free time. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here is where I ask for help number 2. For fiscal year 26-27, the best thing we can do for the CIP delivery is focus on completing the projects already in motion. Next slide, please. The next group is water resource recovery. Here is where we have high risk, high compliance, high cost infrastructure. Water resource recovery is one of the highest risk areas in public works because it deals with regulatory compliance, wastewater treatment oversight, sanitary sewer collection, stormwater collection, industrial pretreatment program, fats, oils, and grease program, National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System MS4 permit, sanitary sewer overflows, and long-term infrastructure planning. Next slide, please. The operations of the wastewater treatment plant, sanitary sewer collection, and stormwater collection are currently performed by Veolia, but the city still owns the infrastructure and carries major oversight and regulatory responsibility. That distinction is important. Next slide, please. We are advancing the owner's advisor process and operator procurement because the next agreement must be modern, performance-based, measurable, and much stronger on accountability, reporting, emergency response, compliance, and city oversight. But even the best contract does not manage itself. This is an area where staffing is not just about workload, it is about risk management. Help number 3, the city needs adequate water resource recovery staff to monitor compliance, oversee the operator, manage reporting obligations, and plan infrastructure investments before problems become violations, failures, or emergencies. Next slide, please. The final group is strategic services, the heating engine that makes delivery possible. Strategic services is the heating engine of public works. This group handles contracts, invoices, grants, capital planning, reporting, asset management support, special projects, and administrative coordination. This is not paperwork for the sake of paperwork. This is how projects get awarded, vendors get paid, grants stay compliant, insurance is verified, budgets are tracked, and council receives better information. The presentation shows that Public Works is carrying a very large share of the city's contract value and invoice volume. That means administrative capacity is directly connected to project delivery. If this unit is overloaded, projects slow down, period. No magic wand, no unicorn with a clipboard. Next slide, please. Same concept. Next slide, thank you. Leave it there, sorry. This is help number 4. Modern public works requires modern systems, asset management, digital workflows, performance tracking, and clean data. Next slide, please. So I'm going to just repeat the 4 elements that we're asking. The help number 1, we need to maintain the assets we already own before they become more expensive failures. Help number 2, for fiscal year 26-27, the best thing we can do for CIP delivery is focus on completing the projects already in motion. Help number 3, the city needs adequate water resource recovery staff to monitor compliance, oversee the operator, manage reporting obligations, and plan infrastructure investment before problems becomes violation, failures, or emergencies. Finally, help number 4, modern public works requires modern systems. Asset management, digital workflows, performance tracking, and clean data. Next, please. This is the part that I think all the staff enjoyed to put together the most. The data history, maintain, repair, replace what we own. This data section is where the story becomes very clear. Richmond owns a large infrastructure portfolio, and many of those assets need maintenance, repair, replacement, or modernization. This is not only about building new things, it is about protecting what the city already owns. Next slide, please. In the first slide, we talk about a series of assets that are in the public right-of-way. You see, I know there's a lot of information in this slide. I want to just bring your attention for a moment to the 4 rectangles that you see at the bottom. The first one is sidewalks. We have 500 miles inventory of sidewalks, and there are over 120,000 repairs identified. That equivalents to $51 million just to repair them. I'm not talking about building new sidewalks, just to repair them. $51 million. In traffic and pedestrian signals, we only have so far 5% of the inventory. And we have identified 217 repairs needed. That's about $6 million and counting. In the street signs, we have almost 38,000 street signs. So when I receive a request, let's change a sign to this or that, I have to multiply that not by 2 or 3, I have to multiply by thousands. In whatever we spend there, not only in funding, but also in staff time, we are not spending in other signs that probably require a replacement or retouching. That is almost $3 million. Then we're talking about the street lights. In the street lights, we're talking about, we have 9,156 street lights. These are not the ones that we are missing, that maybe we should have in some areas. These are only the ones we have. Out of those, we have 884 repairs identified. To give you a proportion, I think, and I don't know, I'm talking out of class here, but I don't think we even have 100 signs with the solar lighting that we are doing right now, right? Yeah. Okay. So just to give you a proportion, we need 884, right? And finally, ADA curb ramps. There are almost 6,000 ADA curb ramps in the city. We need to upgrade more than 4,000 of them. That's $37.2 million. Altogether, it's $103 million, just repairs. Next slide, please. Giving a little bit of idea of what the administrative staff do in public works, they manage more than 70% of all the contracts value in the city. If you can see there, the public works manage about 225 contracts. And in that table, you have the top 5 departments in the city. Next slide, please. Invoices paid. So in this fiscal year, from July to April, the Public Works Department has paid more than $55 million in invoices. That is about 7,500 invoices in that period. Get back for a moment. Yeah. Just want to let that sink in. And that's about 750 invoices per month. And the month doesn't have 30 days, working days. Next slide, please. The administrative staff also pays all thanks to them, we have light in this building right now because the bills are being paid. We paid almost $4,800,000 to PG&E so far. That's almost 28,000 invoices. And to East Bay Mod, a little bit over $1.5 million, almost 1,000 invoices so far. Now, one thing that I can tell you, unfortunately, we have not had the time, and that's what we want, get the time to analyze every single one of these invoices. I don't know what we can find, but I mean, I don't know if maybe there's some savings there that we haven't identified yet. Next slide, please. In facilities, out of the 41 general buildings that we assess with a consultant, we're talking about $28 million in repairs and 88 upgrades. Again, these are repairs. These are not CIP. There's not improvements like we're going to build another building, or we're going to do like a library project. This is replacing the HVAC,
replacing doors, the lighting, minor things that add up to $28 million. Then you have 10 community centers, and that adds up to $13 million in repairs and 88 upgrades. Next slide, please. When we move to parks and open spaces, we have 54 parks in the city, or 57 with the Greenbelt, if you want to split some of them. We have 15, not 3. I know we focus on only 3, but we have 15 current CIP projects related with parks and open spaces right now, $49 million. Out of those, 12 are grant funded. We have $37 million in grants. We have received 10 more projects. The request is for 10 more projects, so that would make it 25, right? That's $60 million more that we're going to need. The operations and maintenance budget, I mean, roughly speaking, is $12.5 million when you add all general fund and what it goes to the special districts. And you have the 2 special districts. And in terms of the assets that we maintain, is 332 acres of park, 106 acres of high fire zone, 70 acres of streetscape. We thought that it was less than 15, but now with the new supervisor, he told us it's not 15, it's 70. So, I mean, you can see the difference of what we think of what it really is. We're going to embark right now in our tree inventory. Right now, we estimate that our tree is our total 22,000 of them. We have 500 plus trash receptacles in the 2 maintenance districts. And with that, I just want to point out at the top right that when we talk about CIP, we're talking about the 1 engineering staff. Darcy, can you raise your hand, please? She's the 15 active plus the 10 new in county, right? Then we have 48 to 60 operation and maintenance staff, depending on the temporary staff that we have at the time. Next slide, please. When we talk about repairs in parks, I mean, playgrounds, we're talking about we need about $3 million to repair them, right? The playgrounds, in all the playgrounds in the city. The courts, the grass fields, the restrooms, these are repairs, not new restrooms. This is repairs. Lighting and other repairs, that adds to $11 million. If we want to continue with renovating the remaining parks, we need over $283 million, today's dollars. If we do it, if we talk about that next year, it's going to be more. Next year. Now let's move to pavement. It's an asset that there is about $800 million. And you can see there our pavement condition index. This is the score that street sections receive. And as a city, as a network, every city receives a PCI score. You can see that the city of Richmond currently has a PCI score of 59. Personally, I would like to be in the 64, 65 or above, but it's a big overtake to get to that point. I'm going to show in the next slide. Don't go there yet. But I just want to say that if you see San Pablo and El Cerrito, they are 63 and 64. So I'm not afraid to say that I want to be regarding to the PCI as San Pablo or El Cerrito. Next slide, please. So this is how our PCI score will deteriorate in the next 10 years with the current budget that we have. We have a budget of $6.3 million, and everything comes from gas tax. UTA and SB1. Gas tax is component, it has 2 elements, UTA and SB1. But it's $6.3 million. This fiscal year, the city added more funds to the program. But it's not something that is guaranteed to happen every year unless there's a commitment. So what we propose is to invest $80 million every year. That means $11.7 million more than what we have right now. So if we don't do it, if we stay at 6.3, the PCI score in 10 years is going to drop to 48. Can you go to the slide before? You can see that Pinole has 51. So we will be leading this chart at 48, but not in the best way. Next slide, please. But if we invest the $80 million per year total, I mean, I'm talking about 6.3 plus 11.7, our PCI score in 10 years can get to 64. which would be like El Cerrito or San Paulo. Next slide, please. Talking about traffic safety, we're showing the map of the high injury corridors. 63% of all crashes in Richmond happen in 8% of all roadways. Next slide, please. Here shows fatal crashes between 2019 and 2025. Next slide, please. And also fatal and severe injury crashes. Next slide, please. Here we're showing the same map in the high injury corridors with some projects that have been built already or are in design process. We expect some of these projects are going to be in construction this year. Some of these projects will be in construction next year. But they're in motion. Unfortunately, because people don't see it, they have the feeling that nothing is happening. But there's a lot of work happening right now. Next slide, please. In transportation services, I want to point out our paratransit, that we do it with our own vans and with Lyft. Next slide. And the Richmond Moves program. Let's go to the next slide. I have some data there. So talking about 2025, actually you can see the last quarter of 2024 there, where we have almost 19,000 rides. But in 2025, you can see quarter 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and a total of about 86,000 rides in Richmond Moves. One of the biggest destinations, I think if not the largest destination, is Richmond High School. Remember this program, if you're a student or a senior, you don't pay for it. And in the cost, if you have to pay, as long as it's inside the city limits, is $2. So you want to go to Costco, you want to come to the city council meeting, right? At least at the beginning. If you're a senior or a student, it doesn't cost you. Next slide, please. Now our biggest asset, an asset that we're talking about wastewater treatment plant, the sanitary sewer collection system, and the stormwater collection system. You can argue that this asset is $2 billion. The wastewater treatment plant has a capacity of 24 million gallons per day, and the total replacement cost is in that range. Similar to the 185 miles of sanitary sewer pipes, almost 2,800 manholes, 13 lift stations, and then that stormwater collection system is 94 miles of pipes that includes 3,300 catch basins, 1,200 manholes, 12 miles of ditches, 7 pump stations. Hold on. Is that okay? Next slide, please. This summary slide identifies more than $270 million in known repairs and maintenance needs before even fully pricing wastewater and stormwater maintenance. This is the sober reality. Richmond has major assets, and those assets need disciplined reinvestment. These are not CIPs. So the question for fiscal year 26-27 should not be, what new project can we add? The question should be, how do we finish what we started, maintain what we own, and build the systems needed to make better investment decisions? Public Works is ready to deliver, but delivery requires discipline. We need to finish current projects, protect existing assets, invest in maintenance, and create the systems that move us from reactive response to planned service delivery. The team is working hard. The data is getting better. The direction is becoming clearer. But the next step is focus. In fiscal year 26-27, the most responsible path is not to keep adding more to the pipeline. The responsible path is to complete what is already underway, maintain what we already own, and prepare the next generation of infrastructure investment through planning, asset management, and data-driven prioritization. Next slide, please. This final slide is really the bridge to the next conversation with Council. Tonight, we are showing the size of the Public Works workload, the condition of the assets we are responsible for, and the level of investment needed just to maintain and repair what the city already owns. The next presentation, the programmatic approach and capital improvement programs update on May 26, is where we move from what are the needs to how do we prioritize, sequence, and fund and deliver them. That is why fiscal year 26-27 is so important. We need to use this year to stabilize the current CIP portfolio, protect existing infrastructure, improve asset data, and build the systems that allow council to make decisions based on conditions, risk, funding, readiness, and community impact, not just the loudest or the most recent request. We need to finish what we started, maintain what we own, and plan the next round of investment with better data. Thank you very much.
All right, we're almost to the end. In terms of next steps, the exciting month ahead, on May 19th, we'll be bringing forward our master fee schedule, and we'll cover some more departmental presentations, and that will include community services, economic development, and fire. And then on May 26th, we'll cover our capital improvement program presentation, and then we'll cover the remaining departmental presentations, which is internal services, or Train's office, city clerk, city manager's office. And then throughout that time, finance will track all city council questions and will work with the departments to prepare the responses for the budget checklist. So then, and I covered May 26th, and then June 16th, we'll come back with the budget checklist follow-up with hopefully final adoption on June 23rd. So tonight, we're not asking for any decisions to be made on the budget, and here is the recommended action in front of you: to acknowledge the receipt of the draft budget and the CIP, review the budget adoption schedule, and receive an update on departmental operations, with discussions upon completion of all departmental presentations. And that's all we have for you tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Public speakers?
Yes, we have 2 in-person public speakers, Cordell Hindler and Claudia Citron, and 1 speaker online, iPhone 82.
Okay, so good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Henley, and I did attend the budget meeting the last week of April, and it was my idea to have all of my items regarding job classification, street repairs, and other things. So it was my idea, so you do get some credit for that one. That's right. Thank you, city staff, for these presentations. And so after listening to them, I said, there's still work to be done for each department. So I like the presentation. And I have my own little budget checklist, which I will share on May 26th. So you're gonna have to wait till then. So with that, Claudia, it's all yours.
All right, I'm just going to conclude also with the words the last presentation ended. These are just the known repairs, sobering reality, not VIP projects. We need to maintain, move from reactive to proactive management. Responsible path is to focus data-driven action, protect infrastructure, and it's not about the loudest or the pushiest one to get what is being done. I have just so much respect for Lena and for Public Works. This is astounding, amazing, remarkable. These are definitely more than 60 hours all of you put in every week. And oh my God. So if I can just have like 30 seconds silence to acknowledge, you know, all the employees and city manager and city attorney who keeps all you going like, yeah, and then to really think, oh my God. So let's just use like 1 minute and 13 seconds, 12 seconds. What's going on? And I yield my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In that amount of time, I'm sure Public Works has completed 3 projects.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the online speaker.
The online speaker is identified as iPhone 82. You will have up to 2 minutes to address the council, and please state your complete name for the record.
All right, good evening, City Council members. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Jillian Delatorre, and I'm with Healthy Contra Costa. I also grew up in West County, and so I want to uplift the importance of considering the City of Richmond's ongoing race equity work as we move through the current budget cycle. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the hard work that has been contributed and the dedication that has been shown to this work over the years and recent months from Trina and Jasmine and others. I also want to emphasize that this work would benefit from a full-time dedicated staff person. Whether this is an analyst role or a different position, I want to urge the City Council to consider the importance of race equity work within the city so that this can be resourced and supported in a real way. This would include addressing and integrating the goals of the Race Equity Action Plan, the City Council's various race equity initiatives, including the Black Resiliency Fund and the Immigrant Fund, departmental race equity priorities, including the Health and All Policies goals, and the commitments to develop departmental equity statements and to initiate deliberations on a budget equity tool. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There are no more speakers.
All right, public comment is closed, and now it's time for questions from the City Council. There will be no answers because we won't be able to ask that many questions. We will write them down and send them to staff so that staff will be able to make a presentation in answering those questions. So do we have any? Vice Mayor?
Yeah. So I wanted to say thank you. That was a lot of information, a lot of things. And I have a comment, and then I have too many questions to read them all. But I have a comment that I think it's important to say. One is I think that the reason why we're at this moment where we can have the questions in front of us today is because this council has been focusing on how to work with staff to fix these things, how to get an assessment. These are things that we voted for. These are things that we brought forward, actually. The parks and facilities assessment was a council requested thing. Hiring more staff in order to address all these things was a council supported thing. The reason why we got to a place where we were actually have a system to inventory all of the street signs is because I requested that we bring back street sweeping. And then in doing that, we learned a whole lot about what we didn't know and what we didn't have in place and what we didn't have budgeted. And we said we needed an inventory of street signs, whatever. So this is a part of a whole process that actually a lot has come from council requests. So I really want us to consider that council request needs to be also a part of what we're doing. It can't be the evil enemy because it's actually the impetus for much of the work that you're talking about started in the seed of our requests. And the other thing that I want to really put in people's minds is where do these requests come from? They come from residents. I was not sitting at home alone dreaming about bringing back street sweeping. I was going to neighborhood council meetings where they were talking about how this is something they felt like was a serious issue. It's a big problem. The same thing with the blue curb policy. Same thing with, the MLK Center, the not having a park in Pullman. This is residents using their elected official to express their needs. Some needs, like with Parchester Village, had been unheard, undealt with, not dealt with for decades, speaking into the void. So I really want staff to understand that as elected officials, we have a role as well, right? We're supposed to be out in community. If we're out in community and community tells us things, and community says, this is a problem we need you to bring and raise, and we do nothing, then we're not doing our job. So I would also request of everyone who spoke tonight, everyone who is going to speak, how do we make it easier to communicate the needs of community members and work them into workflow instead of have it be something that works against workflow. Because I do not think it's the right answer to say we can't have things that come from council. Because if we're doing our jobs right, what we're doing is communicating to you what we're hearing from residents and what the needs that we're seeing. So I really would like to request that everyone think about how can we do that better? How can we do it so it's not a burden? How can we do it so that it goes into some kind of priority? So there's transparency, so there's accountability. I requested the blue curb policy because I have a number of seniors in my district who have problems parking close enough to their house so they can actually walk home safely. I requested that my first year, over 3 years ago, to have clarity because there's different rules being used for different people in different neighborhoods and lots of people waiting in line and no one getting what they needed. It's still not done. That was not some personal project. That was senior citizens and people who are disabled who can't get to their house from where they parked or have the people who are giving them support be close enough to give them aid. So I just want to know, how do we work better together? And I'd really like to ask all staff to help me. I don't want to put a burden on you. I see the fabulous work you're doing, but I also have a responsibility to bring forward the things that residents tell me and seek solutions. So I have a long list of other questions. I'm going to send them via email, and thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for the presentation and for this great presentation. I will echo what Councilmember Robinson said, because I know that there is this dilemma about how we bring things to answer the issues and problems that our community are dealing with, and then that feel like, oh, it's another thing. Well, it's another thing, and it's going to be like that until we create a way to kind of like merge and work together in that way. But I am happy to see all of these things. And I was just thinking about also, especially in the Public Works Department, there is a lot of work that is happening. How we communicate that better to residents is key, because sometimes what I receive is inquiries about what is happening in this area, and I see, oh, there is coming, it's not coming this year, but next year. So I think that, and I also wanted to thanks especially the Public Works Department as well, because a lot of the inquiries that I receive from residents has to deal with the light that is broken, and the staff, because we have better staffing, is able to reply and resolve things like that, that is in the maintenance part of work really quickly, or fairly quickly. Before, people were not receiving any information, and now they are happy with the responses, most of them. I have some questions. It's just like few questions, and then others. As I look at these more closely, I will be sending more questions. But for Lina, my question is, one of the things that we are talking about with the McDonald Task Force is bringing more housing. We see the need for more housing in the city to bring more revenue and to add more housing in the city and revitalize downtown. How many staff in the housing division do we have? And if this is going to be enough for the vision of revitalizing downtown and other projects that are coming up in the pipeline, because we don't want that other things happen like we are going to hear in the public hearing tonight. For the Public Works Department, And excuse me, and for Lina, for the goals that she is mentioning that she wants to address for this year, if she has the right staffing to really get to that place. For Public Works Department, I would like, one of the things that we allocated this year $10 million in the pavement, right? So it's 6.3 that is, we had been allocating, but then there were some surplus, right? And we allocated some for the pavement. Is that correct? Because this is what we were told from staff. And then I think one comment in terms of staffing. I think one of the things that we saw that was inquiries and from the community is around the street safety issues. And we had been advocating heavily here to provide more support. So we created a street calming division, and then we saw that there was a need, and now we have 2 planners in that division, and I am looking forward to see what they are coming up with the $6 million that we allocated to for that work with this year's surplus as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much for all the departments who shared today. I appreciate the comprehensive reporting. It was really a reality check as to all the things that we pass up here and seeing them actually being materialized. I think that it was, again, a reality check, especially from the Public Works Department. I have a slew of questions because it was a lot to take in, and so I'll email them over. And City Manager, will the questions that we submit be provided to the public, and including the responses from each department? Yes, okay, great. Also, in what was mentioned earlier is that after getting all the information, I kind of felt a little defeated, just a little, because of what the city brings in and what we spend, and then we have all these big, huge, gigantic numbers, and it's like, what came to mind is, will we ever catch up? And so I want to see a way that we could break down these large numbers. I mean, because it's really scary for some folks that are not familiarized with budgets and, forecasts and all those things, to actually be able to kind of digest them and say, like, yes, this is a lot, but we're going to do it, and this is how we're going to do it, because I don't want to feel defeated. And I kind of feel that way when I'm writing down the questions and then just looking at all of the numbers. Also, I just want to commend the city staff for the amazing work that you all continue to do. This is not easy. I don't believe I could do it. I probably have been checked out myself, but thank you guys for sticking with us. And so I'm just wanting to know if we could just prepare, just like in the future, of more of a digestible sort of like scope of how we plan to get to where we need to be. Thank you.
Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you. I was very impressed by all the presentation. It shows how active our departments are, how they work well. They have a good command, good knowledge on top of the situation. Everything's awesome. It's just that the city council also works well and is a few steps ahead of them, and we need to figure out how to close the gap. I have some minor questions. I'm going to read them fast, but I have 2 major points that are more systemic. and I'm going to start with them. Number one is homelessness. It's a major issue, major cost to the fire department, to the police department, to the homeless themselves, to other residents, to economic development, to our businesses. One of them spends $500,000 for security per year to avoid fire. A woman who was a resident in my district had mental health issues, was killed as a homeless last year, which is very sad. We need to find the solution. And I know the city, all the city departments are just too busy to shift gear and find the solution. But the city does have some vacant lots around East Bay, Bay Area Rescue Mission, and maybe we can build a navigation center. I know it takes money, it takes effort, energy, huge project, but I would like us.
This is for questions, not for suggestions.
It is. It is a question about how we shift gear, because when we're very busy, we just keep the direction we're in. We cannot steer away from, a status quo. But at some point, we have to do it. Number two is, I don't know if it's, the question is it IT process or whatever it takes? There are many complaints about the permit process. That's not straightforward, takes long, confusing. I had the experience myself, unfortunately, so hopefully we can do something about it. And now my quick questions. First of all, a request for every table, please next to the table have a bar chart. That will help a lot. When you list...
Excuse me, you're still making suggestions. This is time for questions.
Okay. So the question is, can you make bar charts, please? And can you list the value amount next to items like digitization? If it's $5,000, let's go for it. If it's $5 million, maybe it can wait. The rent program, the question is, why do we have to pay $529,000 to an entity that we cannot evaluate and have no oversight? Can we slash it? Can we have a grant office so the staff spend their time on implementation and we can outsource the application process, which could be more effective? And can we see the results of the need assessment? I assume it's done, but I didn't see the results. If you could share it, that'd be awesome. And I believe the fire chief had an item that was supposed to be on the agenda tonight. I wonder why it's not. And are those numbers included in the budget? I would appreciate there is an answer about that. To the police department, I wonder if the rock has helped with reducing the load. And any cost or update on the substation at Hilltop. To the public works, I understand all the load and everything, but maybe we can just prioritize public safety, not just public works, all departments like signage and painting of fire lanes. And I don't know what the street escape means. Is that evacuation routes? So if make the next presentation, more explanatory. I appreciate it. I spoke in Morse code to be brief, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wilson?
Yeah, just briefly, one of the things I don't see in the attachments, but again, I might have missed it, there's a lot of attachments, is for I see on attachment 6 that we have a list of the capital improvement projects along with, which is a delightful addition, I believe, new this year with their CIP score, because we spent a lot of time coming up with criteria. And I see that there's scores on the 50, how many projects? 57 projects. So I appreciate that work's been done. I can't tell from the list, though. I can see which are partially funded and which are unfunded. But I still I can't tell, what's the plan for the coming year. And, so because the category at the top is the 10-year plan. So maybe that's a future presentation, but some more clarity about what are we funding, what are we going to fully fund and implement year 1, year 2, and so forth, however far out that's known. And just sort of a question building on previous comments, I think that if there's a way that not just Public Works, but all departments can sort of think about, for me, the most important thing is that we are going to bring ideas, and I think I'm not expecting any department to implement everything, you know, the same month, the same year even that it's brought forward. But can departments sort of come up with suggestions for ways that they can keep track of what the requests that are coming from the council, which, as Vice Mayor Robinson said, ultimately are coming from the public, and have that be a transparent thing that anybody in the public can see? And then for us to have, I'm happy to have discussions about prioritization and timelines and things, and maybe that will relieve some of the pressure on staff, is that if we make clear that we know that not everything can happen all at once, you know, immediately when we ask for it. So if that can be developed, thanks.
Thank you. Much thanks to staff for giving us an overhead view of everything that's being done, and I know that we'll have 2 more presentations taking us further into the complexity of the workings of the city. I do have one question that I want to share now, and this is a question not only for staff, it's for council. You said that before we had 582 FTEs, and we added 91, which means that we have 673 FTEs now. You also said that we will be able to afford 684 FTEs, which means 13 new positions. So the question is, with all the needs in all the departments, how do we, staff and city council, figure out where those 13 positions will go? So I think it's a very important question that we need to give a lot of thought to. There's been suggestions made about shifting the monies around, but I think that these presentations will give us a better idea of how to do that. So where do we put those 13 positions? That's my question. Thank you so much. So with that, we will move on to the next item.
We need a motion to receive.
Oh,
I
okay.
move the item.
I second.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Zepeda absent.
Mr. Mayor, the Montezuma, if residents are here to present, and I wonder if we can just give them 5 minutes for presentation. Because they had been, like they were last city council here, and what I asked last city council is that we can put this item first on the agenda, and I think council approved it, but now is below 3 more items. So I wonder if we can just move it and give them 5 minutes to presentation.
It's just one item. We only have one more item.
No.
Our next item is public hearing.
Oh.
So I wonder if we can move the presentation right now and give them 5 minutes minutes for presentation.
I believe we need to do the
Public hearing.
Public hearing.
Okay, our next item under public hearing. Pursuant to public notice, it's time to hold a public hearing to consider 2 appeals of the Planning Commission's conditional approval of the Marina Point Residential Project, and that's PLN 23-117, and adopt a resolution modifying the conditions in response to the appeals and otherwise affirming the Planning Commission's conditional approval. And I'll just read the procedures for this public hearing. First, we'll hear the staff report. Then we'll have questions from council. The mayor will open the public hearing. We're here from appellant number 1's presentation, 8 minutes. Then we'll hear from appellant number 2, presentation 8 minutes. Public comments, 3 minutes per speaker. Appellant number 1 will have a rebuttal for 2 minutes. Appellant number 2, rebuttal for 2 minutes. And then we'll close the public hearing. And then council deliberation and action. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during this public hearing, please raise your hand at this time.
Okay, we'll begin with staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Lena Velasco, Director of Community Development. With me this evening is Avery Stark, our Planning Manager, as well as James Atencio, our Senior Assistant City Attorney, I'll be handing it off to do the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council Member, Richmond City Council, and members of the public. Again, Avery Stark, Planning Manager here with the City of Richmond. Tonight, I will be presenting on the appeals for the Planning Commission's conditional approval of the Marina Point residential project. This evening's hearing is not a reevaluation of the project as a whole, but rather a focused review on the specific issues raised in the 2 appeals. Why we're here tonight. So on March 5th of this year, Planning Commission approved the project with several conditions, and then duly filed appeals were provided to the city clerk on March 12th. And again, to reiterate, your role this evening is to determine whether the Planning Commission's decision was supported by substantial evidence based on only the issues raised in those appeals. A brief project overview for the commission or for the council. Again, this is for the proposed development of 70 single-family homes with 30 additional junior accessory dwelling units on a roughly 5-acre site in the Marina Bay neighborhood at the terminus of Marina Way. The entitlement includes a major development design permit, a conditional use permit, and a vesting tentative map for the subdivision of the land. Here we have an aerial of the project location on the left-hand side. You see the Ford building off to your left and the Rosie the Riveter on the left, and then off to the right, you have the Lucretia Edwards Park and the school. And then in the right image, you have highlighted in red the actual project site that is being proposed for this project this evening. So due to timing requirements under SB 330, this project is considered deemed consistent for the processing purposes, even though it does not meet the city's density standards. This means that the city's discretion is limited to applying objective standards only, and we cannot deny the project based on any policy inconsistencies. The first appeal, Appeal A, is from the applicant. The applicant's appeal focuses on concerns around shoreline conditions and regulation exposure, JADU requirements, the no net loss analysis requirement, and the infrastructure contribution condition. Appeal B is from TRAC, and the Trails and Richmond Action Committee focuses on the adequacy of shoreline improvements, the lack of enforceable conditions, and the request to require those improvements to be prior to the first occupancy. At its core, the council is being asked to resolve one central question, and is how do we achieve shoreline improvements in a way that is enforceable, feasible, and legally defensible? Staff's approach was to refine, not remove, these conditions by, one, replacing any vague language that we had in our conditions of approval, adding clear, enforceable requirements where necessary, avoiding conditions that were tied to external approvals of other agencies or parties, and ensuring the compliance with the various state housing laws. In regards to the shoreline solution, the revised conditions now require a detailed shoreline design package, landscaping, access, and amenities. This will be done and submitted for administrative approval so that no new entitlement is created, and the dedication of this shoreline parcel to the City of Richmond. The appeal B is by track requests the improvements be completed before the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. And to note that this challenge is one that would require approval from the San Francisco Bay Conservation and Development Commission, otherwise known as BCDC. Again, that is a process outside of the city's control. While we cannot tie occupancy to an external agency's timeline, as this doing so would create legal risks and could delay the housing delivery indefinitely. Instead, our primary goal was to work to revise the conditions as presented to come together on a mutually beneficial project for the city of Richmond and its residents. So one, the required of the design to be completed and provided by the developer, require of said construction if approvals are obtained as necessary from BCDC, where I will shepherd and lead those efforts for the city. And then include in the event an escrow mechanism for timing if delayed and we're unable to secure the necessary permits from BCDC prior to a certain point of their development. Again, this ensures the improvements will still occur without creating an infeasible condition for the developer. This project also raises a separate issue under state law. This site was assumed to accommodate significantly more housing in the housing element, and as a result, the city is required to evaluate compliance with the no net loss under Government Code Section 65863. The condition that was in place and is there now is the condition requires a third-party analysis which will be funded by the applicant to effectively audit and understand the current status of our housing inventory and sites management list for our housing element. Regarding the infrastructure contribution, the original condition required a signalization contribution to the intersection of Marina Way and Hall. However, without sufficient nexus documentation, that condition would leave us legally vulnerable. And so the revised condition reflects a negotiated $25,000 contribution towards the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2 extension, which is a defensible condition of approval. And for clarification regarding a revised condition of approval, staff would like to clarify that due to an administrative oversight in the process of uploading the final documentations, a final condition was missed. It was inadvertently omitted. Condition 69, which requires the removal of the proposed parking along Marina Way South, which is identified as guest parking or off-site parking for this development. It would require that the applicant just simply revise the project plans to remove that and would be provided to the city during the submittal of their building permit. This condition reflects the direction and coordination between the Planning Department, our TCC, and Public Works, and is consistent with circulation approaches presented by the Phase 2 Richmond Wellness Trail. Staff respectfully ask the Council additionally consider and incorporate this condition, which is provided in the corrected copy distributed to you at the dais and is highlighted in yellow. Council and the Planning Department also received several public comments, including correspondence shared with council members requesting that the shoreline improvements be completed prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Staff wants to acknowledge that we share the same goal by providing a high-quality shoreline access and improvements consistent with the Bay Trail. However, the request's condition would require approval from the San Francisco BCDC and is something that is outside of our control. We cannot legally tie the occupancy to an external agency's process, as that introduces risks and could delay the housing delivery inevitably. And in response to these concerns, staff has strengthened the condition to ensure that, first and foremost, a detailed shoreline design is required. And when I say shoreline design, I am speaking to a landscape, amenities, walking paths, benches, the little dog business pickup station, and things of that nature. Improvements will be constructed where feasible within that shoreline area, which is roughly looked at as the 100 feet from mean-tide water within the bay. And we have a clear mechanism to ensure implementation of that development and of those improvements, those public improvements. So while the timing differs from the requested questions received, the outcome still remains the same, is that the shoreline improvements will be required and will be delivered in a way that is enforceable and legally sound for the city of Richmond. Again, we are not removing the requirement, we are just structuring it so it can be achieved effectively. And to close, this project is moving forward with the considerations of a number of state laws and housing bills. And the question tonight is really around whether or not the project proceeds, but how the conditions can be structured in order to achieve the best possible outcome. The revisions before you are very intentional. They have been designed to strike a careful balance between delivering meaningful public benefit, respecting legal limitations, and ensuring the project remains feasible to implement. In summary, the revised conditions improve enforceability to respond to TRAC's concerns, maintain feasibility in response to the applicants, and position the city to act in a way that is clear, defensible, and compliant within all of the state laws. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing with the modified procedures to account for the 2 appeals as outlined by the clerk, and then adopt a resolution modifying the conditions of approval in response to the appeals and otherwise affirming the Planning Commission's approval. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions? Councilmember Wilson?
Hi, could you say a little bit more about the change in number 69? What's motivating that?
So the Richmond Wellness Trail Phase 2, as designed along Marina Way there, will be a small road diet and the addition of a Class 3 bike lane, which will be a protected bike lane. And the concern about having additional perpendicular or 90-degree parking being added on Marina Way would create conflict where cars would be backing out or driving in where bicyclists would be making their way down that roadway now, which would become a bike lane into Lucretia Edwards Park, where they would then join the Richmond Bay Trail. So the removal of that component is being in collaboration with Public Works again and TCC as we work on that design to ensure feasibility and success of safety for both residents and for bicyclists.
Okay. And I just wanted, could you say a little bit more about I think what I liked how it was stated in the agenda report that the council's role is to determine whether the Planning Commission erred in its decision based solely on the issues raised in the appeals rather than to conduct a de novo review of the entire project or to consider issues not specifically raised in the petitions for appeal. Can you explain that a little better? Because I think that's an important distinction.
Absolutely. Thank you, council member. So the focus of this evening and of the action of council tonight is to look very specifically at both appeals and the points each one of them raises, one by applicant and one by TRAC, each related specific conditions of approval that the Planning Commission provided. Each condition is then addressed by staff as in terms of a revised condition of approval, and the focus is whether or not these revisions to the conditions of approval will continue to further the application or whether or not Planning Commission's affirmative approval of the project based on the conditions is still sound. So again, the focus is not on the design, the location, the size, the height, the number of units. It is very strictly limited to the points brought up within the 2 appeals that are being presented this evening and outlined in the staff report.
Do other people want to ask questions?
Any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. So the solution to the appeal by TRAC, was it formulated in collaboration with TRAC, I hope?
Yeah, so I did have the opportunity to speak to Bruce in regards to the solution that the city had come to regarding the ability to, again, come to a common ground and agreement around the ability to have the developer assist in funding for the shoreline development of the park area. Although where we differ is in the timeline request. The city is acknowledging that we cannot require it be done prior to the first certificate of occupancy, which is a key component of TRAC's appealed to the city council. So although the timeline and the way in which we get to the end result is the same, it is a slightly different mechanism of time.
Is it a matter of your preference and their preference, or?
Unfortunately, it's not necessarily a matter of preference. It is more of a matter of state law. We, as the city, and through the approval of a housing project, cannot unduly burden the applicant. And by tying the potential for a need of a permit by BCDC to again, an outside agency, something we do not have control over, to the first occupancy permit of a building would be an undue burden. And under state law, and within SB 330 and within state density bonus law, there are provisions and concessions of waivers that would allow a developer to relieve themselves of that. So in light of that, we've worked to, again, ensure our stability within the confines of the limitations that we've got in terms of legal structure.
Okay, thank you very much. I look forward to hearing from TRAC to see if it's agreeable to them. Thank you.
Just a point of order, like, will we have, after the presentations from the appellants, will we have a chance to ask more questions of staff as well as the appellants? Or is this where I have to get all my questions to staff out?
We have deliberation and action.
Okay, so maybe I do need to get my questions
Yes.
answered. Okay, so just as quickly as I can, the workaround that the staff is suggesting for the tract of land between the development and the bay is to have the developer donate the piece of land to the city. And my question is that something that is commonly done? Does the city generally own the pieces of land right along the bay, between the bay and the developments?
It's a great question, thank you. So yes, the city of Richmond does generally own the land that abuts the bay throughout the city of Richmond. And in this case, the practice of when you do a subdivision of land and you create a separate parcel, and this is parcel C, which is going to be strictly for the area of the park, for it to be deeded back to the city is a very common practice. And further, the applicant, through the conditions of approval, is agreeing to, again, fund the design of the park. And if we're able to successfully achieve the permits with BCDC, which I feel very confident that we'll be able to do, we then also be able to develop that park in alignment with the construction, to then turn it back over to the city and then have the maintenance and the costs of the ongoing care of that park be paid for by the HOA.
And just to make it very clear, why don't we just ask the developer to do the BCDC application?
I think that's a reasonable question. That's something that's definitely come up. The developer has tried and has spent a little over 2 years working with BCDC to try to achieve a permit. And I don't think out of light of trying, but was faced with some inability to achieve their design review board's approval, a recommendation for approval to their main board. And we believe, based on our relationship that I have with BCDC staff, where we meet quarterly, that I'll be able to shepherd that project forward, understanding that there's a possible administrative path that would not require a public hearing. And so yes, although it is an option that they could be required to do, we're taking on that responsibility and effort of getting the best possible public engagement, public portion of the site for the city of Richmond.
And they're compensating the city for us taking on that work?
Correct. So effectively, by in the condition of approval, it's outlined as a payment of $150,000. And then when we look at the park in lieu fee, the park dedication fee that's paid for a subdivision of land, we would effectively credit the dollar amount that they would otherwise be spending towards their contribution to designing the park. So if they were required to, in this case, say, pay us, $1.5 million in a fee, if through the design of the park and the cost it comes to $500,000, they would just pay us less than $500,000, in addition to also paying the $150,000.
And then my last question on this is, if we were to just say, no, we're not taking this on, we're going to ask the developer to do this, and we don't care if it takes 2 years or 5 years, et cetera, what would be the consequences for the city, or the possible consequences?
The possible consequences is that we may not ever get a developed park in that portion of the shoreline. Although within the agreement that we've structured, if again they were to be responsible, there would be a payment to the city which would go into an escrow account, which we would eventually be able to then use to fund the development of a park. But it is at our as we've discussed and worked with the developer, we find that it's most advantageous to take that lead and that responsibility for interagency collaboration to be able to proceed and ideally be able to deliver a park in line with the goal of the first certificate of occupancy, but certainly prior to the final. Again, the improvements both benefit the city and the developer in terms of their project.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you. I have just one question, and it's about the Richmond Municipal Code on the inclusionary housing, and why is this developer not following that?
So I believe the question is specifically looking at the accessory dwelling units and
Yes.
the clustering within the site of the affordable units. And so after reviewing consideration, one, they have submitted a formal request for a state density bonus waiver, which allows them to waive out of a concession that would unduly burden or cost their project and would make it infeasible for them to build housing. And because they are providing 10% of their units or 7 units at moderate income, they are eligible for those concessions under state density bonus waiver. Further, HCD has come out with a technical memo advising all of cities within the state of California that although it is maybe contrary to what we would believe on a larger scale to have a clustering or a row of homes that be affordable in the context of a site in this particular instance through the state, this is something that is considered to be amenable and something they can waive as a concession. So although it does not adhere to our inclusionary housing provisions about equitable distribution and that the units be similar and like to the other amenities, it is something that the state has identified as being an area that they can request a waiver from or a concession from, and then they have.
And my last question is, I heard that this public hearing is about these specific things. It's not about whether we approve or not the project. What are the consequences of not approving these and right now for the city?
Wonderful question. So the major consequence of not approving this project would be further litigation between the city and the applicant. The next major step would be that the Attorney General's office and through HCD have been very actively pursuing cities who violate housing law. And it would put us in jeopardy of, one, being sued by the Attorney General. It would then also mean that they would likely decertify our housing element, which is a key tool in implementing the city's growth and plans around affordable housing and services. It would open us up to the builder's remedy, which is a path that we would not want to go down. And so by not approving this project, it really would open up a tremendous amount of legal risk for the near future.
Anyone else? I have a couple of questions. One of them is about the ADUs, and I don't quite understand why it would be economically more unfeasible to have them integrated, because the plan that they have to cluster them, I consider to be economic segregation, which is something that we all want to avoid.
I think that the answer to why, from a cost perspective, would be best answered by the applicant, as it is their project and it was their concession that they've requested of council, and I don't want to speak to the economic feasibility component of their project.
Okay, maybe they can speak to it when it's their turn to come up. The other thing has to do with BCDC. Your implication that you can do something through relationship that can't be done by law makes it sound like BCDC is capricious. And I think I would like to know what sorts of roadblocks the applicants felt they couldn't overcome in their conversations with BCDC, and what arguments you would make that would convince them.
So I'd let the applicant speak to the arguments and the questions around what made it infeasible for them to seek BCDC's approval. And speaking for myself and for the city of Richmond, again, I'm not indicating at all that my relationship professionally with the planning staff in some way is obfuscating any kind of need for review or permit. We would still seek the same review, submittal, and permit documentation as the applicant had, but we'll be able to potentially do so at an administrative level at a threshold where, because there won't be any physical homes built within that 100-foot shoreline band, and the focus of the improvements would be generally around landscaping, irrigation, plantings, again, thinking it as a park that you'd be able to watch the 4th of July fireworks from, that we'll be able to navigate both their regulations and requirements around how do we keep the project scope focused so that it can be done administratively. Again, if it needed to be brought to their design review board, that is also still a possibility and something we continue to work with. But I'm confident that there is an approach to developing a park that meets those established criteria and regulations that BCDC has for administrative review of a permit.
Okay, I would assume that that's an argument that they would have made, and it was not accepted. But if there's no further questions, then we'll move on to the next. Open to public hearing. So are there people in the audience?
We go to the appellant presentation, 8-minute.
Okay.
And then the public hearing is after the appellant's
Oh, right,
presentation.
okay. So the appellant, number one.
Is it on? Okay. Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, my name is Brian Winter. I'm the land use attorney on behalf of the applicant. We have various members of our project team here, including Glenn Powells, who's the principal on behalf of Guardian Capital, the applicant. We don't have a formal presentation tonight. We wanted to acknowledge the work that Avery and city staff have put into this project. They've worked very well with us. We've worked carefully to address the issues that we had as the basis for our appeal. I want to be clear also that this project is approved. The approval of the project is not on the table, so a disapproval of the requested revisions to the conditions would simply revert back to the Planning Commission's approval. So I want to be very clear about that. That's as a result of your code provision, which doesn't call for de novo appeals. It's specifically limited to appeals where there's an alleged abuse of discretion or a lack of substantial evidence to support the issue in question. So again, the project is approved. The only issue here tonight is the resolution of the appeal items and the work that we put in very carefully with your staff to come up with an agreeable approach to address those concerns. I want to also acknowledge that we did formally apply to BCDC for a permit, and we met with their staff numerous times. We attended, I believe, 2 hearings in front of the BCDC Design Review Board, and they made unequivocally clear that they desired that we pull the project completely back from the 100-foot shoreline band. So the present iteration of the project is as a result of the feedback that we got. I'm a former city attorney, and I can say unequivocally that sometimes agencies play more nicely with each other, and I do think that Avery is correct in that the agency-to-agency relationship in talking about the improvements that we will design will likely be more productive than we were able to have it go. I also have Steve Riley here who could talk about the project economics to the extent that there's questions about the affordability of the ADUs and the placement of the units. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
My question was, what arguments did you use when you talked to BCDC?
What specific arguments?
Yes.
In what sense?
In the sense of convincing them that they should give you a permit, That's what you were trying to do, right?
Of
Get a
course we were,
permit?
yeah.
Okay.
This was several years ago. We made the normal arguments. This was a needed path forward to get the project approved, and we were directed, as I recall, by city staff to attempt to get BCDC's approval before we proceeded. But the conversations with BCDC and our designed improvements in that area were not acceptable, and they directed us to pull the project back from the shoreline ban, and we did.
So after you made the concessions to deed the property to the city, did you have further conversations with BCDC to share that with them?
We have not had, to my knowledge, recent conversations with BCDC. Once we pulled the project back from the shoreline ban, we're no longer in their jurisdiction.
So then it seems, so it's separate from you, the BCDC.
At this point, it is separate from the project.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, then that says a lot. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? And you have nothing else to share with us?
No. Happy to answer questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, if there's no further questions, then we'll move to the second appellate.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for the record, my name is Bruce Byard. I'm the chair of TRAC, Trails for Richmond Action Committee, AKA appellate number 2. TRAC is pleased that staff supports our appeal. And Avery, are you ready for the visuals, please? And agrees with us that there should be landscaping and public access improvements in the 50 to 60 foot wide area between the existing Bay Trail and the row of houses on top of the wall. Slide 1, is it showing? Oh, thank you, I can't see it. Slide 1 is the plan deemed complete in 2023. You can see it includes many public access improvements in the area between the houses and the trail. Therefore, there can be no question that the city has authority under state law to require these improvements in the area between the trail and the houses. The second plan, if you show that, Avery, is that approved by the Planning Commission on March 5, leaving a so-called open space between the trail and the houses. The so-called open space results from the desire of the applicant guardian capital of Carlsbad, California, to avoid the need to obtain a BCDC permit. The desire is completely understandable. Filed an application obtaining BCDC approval would delay building and selling houses and make it a profit on their investment. BCDC permits are sequential. They will not accept a permit application prior to receiving all local approvals for a project. Guardian Capital could not have previously filed and had a permit application deemed complete with BCDC. That's not true. It's also inconceivable that BCDC would not improve public access improvements in the shoreline band. That is their mission. Development projects in Richmond, starting with Marina Bay in 1980s, got BCDC permits for public access improvements in the shoreline band. And more recently, Shea Homes did in the Waterline project. I've never heard of a case in the entire 9-county Bay Area where the city has agreed to get a BCDC permit for an applicant and take title to the shoreline band. I've never heard of such a thing, certainly not in Richmond. TRAC is recommending that these shoreline improvements be accomplished by simply requiring Guardian Capital to design and obtain BCDC approval for these improvements and having them open for public access prior to issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. This is what's been done in Richmond for years, never the last certificate of occupancy. The agenda report respects Guardian Capital's desire to avoid obtaining a BCDC permit and avoids opening the trail to public use at the time of first application. TRAC doesn't believe the 4 complex shoreline conditions 64 to 67 in the proposed resolution are fair or workable for the city or in the best interest of Bay Trail users. First, Condition 65 states that Guardian Capital would not be required to open the trail before the last certificate of occupancy, as I mentioned. Second, these conditions shift from Guardian Capital to the City of Richmond the entire burden of obtaining a BCDC permit for designing the shoreline improvement area. In fact, Condition 65 states that Guardian Capital has, quotes, no obligation to seek, obtain, or participate in seeking or obtaining the required BCDC permit. Finally, things really go to pot under Condition 66 if the planning manager has not received a BCDC permit before the project is ready for the 25th certificate of occupancy. For example, the City Public Works Department would have to advertise bidding for construction contractors and manage construction of the improvements between the houses and the trail. Guardian Capital required to place only an inadequate $150K in escrow for the construction of improvements, and the HOA, with as few as 25 residents, would be required to pay the cost of the capital improvements above $150K. The fundamental question here is why the City of Richmond would want to burden its already heavily loaded Planning Division and Public Works Division staff with obtaining a BCDC permit for this developer and managing a construction project, especially for a project that bears no resemblance to the requirements of its general plan and zoning ordinance. Slide 3, please. Rather than adopting the 4 shoreline conditions 64 to 67 in the proposed resolution, Trax X asks that you adopt the following single, straightforward new condition. The applicant shall install and maintain landscaping and public access facilities in the space between the San Francisco Bay Trail and its project wall fronting the bay to create a seamless linkage between Lucretia Edwards
Park. A point
Park.
of order. I'm sorry, I was distracted because the slide didn't show. Could you start from the beginning of the paragraph you were reading?
I'm sorry.
KCRT, could you please share my screen? Thank you.
Okay, I'll start again. So what TRAC is asking to adopt is a single straightforward new condition as follows. The applicant shall install and maintain landscaping and public access facilities in the space between the San Francisco Bay Trail and the project's wall fronting the bay to create a seamless linkage between Lucretia Edwards Park and the Visitor Center for the Rosa Riveter World War II Homefront National Historical Park and obtain all necessary third-party permits. These public access facilities shall be open for public use and enjoyment prior to issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for any residents. This is a revision of the language we suggested in our original appeal to avoid making a determination regarding BCDC jurisdiction. So the key differences between our recommended condition and the 4 recommended in the agenda report are first, trailside landscaping and public access facilities will be open to the public before the first certificate of occupancy, which has been the case for all their projects in the past in Richmond. Second, the applicant assumes complete responsibility for filing and obtaining a BCDC permit, which can't be applied for until it gets its city approvals. Third, the City of Richmond does not have to pursue a BCDC permit, deal with design revisions, deal with escrow payments, or billing Guardian Capital for expenses, take title of the land, or manage a construction project. Please adopt TRAC's recommended straightforward new condition rather than the 4 conditions 64 to 67 that proposed resolution. It will be much better for the city and for Bay Trail users. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to try to answer.
Okay. Councilmember Wilson?
So there's a number, I think, of factual discrepancies between what some of the things you said and some of the things that staff said. So I'm going to ask some questions to try to draw that out. You said that $150,000 is for the construction of improvements. Of the $150,000 the city would be asking for would be to pay for the improvements. But my understanding is that is that is not the money that is for improvements.
That is the amount specified for escrow payment in the conditions proposed in your resolution.
And my understanding is that's to compensate the staff for this time they spend working with BCDC, but the actual construction costs come from, and am I allowed, I don't know the process here, am I allowed to ask staff where the money for the actual improvements come from?
For clarification,
For
yes.
clarification, yeah.
Yeah, so the costs would be coming from what would otherwise be a contribution to the city for an impact development fee for the park in lieu dedication to the city. So the project was already required to pay a dollar amount to the city for parkland dedication. And so we'd be using an amount, if it was 100,000 or 200,000 or 300,000 of that fee to be paid, to credit them based on the park that they design, build, and maintain, to then reduce the fee that they would pay to the city. So again, the $150,000 is to more directly cover, like you said, staff time and costs associated with obtaining the permits. The value assessed around the development of the park would be then found as a credit towards the park in lieu dedication fee.
And do you know how much money we're collecting from the developer into this category of money that will be used for the park?
Do not have the final number on the top of my head, but I do believe it will be in the $1 to $2 million range.
And how much of that would you expect we would put towards the park? Or do you have that number, or is that too
Based on working with CIP staff and evaluating a park of this size and this acreage, if we went on the low end of very minimal amenities and landscaping would be about $250,000. If we went on a higher end of amenities, we'd be looking at more like $350,000 to $450,000, which would be then the credit that they would not pay towards the parkland dedication that they would be paying to the city of Richmond. So that's where the monies are coming from, is effectively they're just paying it forward.
Thank you. And so does that change your thinking about anything that?
Yeah, the conditions don't mention what he just said at all, so
Okay.
we were assuming 150K was for construction.
Is it possible to make that more explicit in the additions?
I believe that, yes, we could work to add a condition again that the applicant is required, as they normally would and as they've agreed to, pay the parkland dedication fee. We can then indicate that any dollar amount of that fee would go towards the development of the park would be then a credit, and reduce their fee that they would pay to the city for parkland dedication.
Because I didn't understand that on the first reading either. I had to ask that question. So,
Good question. Thank you.
So thank you. And so the next question I have for you is, you've said that it's unheard of for the city to take over ownership of the strip of land between a development and the bay, but staff said that we commonly do own that land that runs along the bay. So what's common and what's not common?
It's very common that we do own the land along the bay, and it's still very common that when a subdivision is presented to the city, that the land area, which is then created as a separate parcel, can either, one, be still owned and maintained by the developer or the project owner, and then an easement is provided to the city to allow us to have the access for the public to be able to use that space, or alternatively, that land is then deeded to the city where we retain ownership. In some cases, we may then enter into maintenance agreements where the maintenance of that space is shared between the developer and the city, but in this instance, the maintenance of this proposed park would still be covered by the developer.
Okay, and then my question for you is, why do you think it's important that that land remain with the developer?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Well,
We need a motion to extend the meeting.
Yes.
Can I make a motion to extend the meeting and hear Q1, which is the Montezuma presentation?
I second it.
So that's to complete this item in here, Q1. Okay.
And so not hearing the sidewalk vendor ordinance amendments tonight? Okay.
Okay, well then sidewalk, if this passes sidewalk vendor, people should go to bed.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Vana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Zepeda absent.
So just to reiterate my question, why do you think it's preferable that the land between the development and the water remain in the ownership of the developer or the housing folks?
It really doesn't matter. It's just, this is very unusual. For the most recent residential project in Richmond is Shea Homes Waterline Project. The city had a pre-existing Bay Trail easement. The city built the Bay Trail, but Shea Homes kept title to the 100-foot band zone. They landscaped it. They provide public access facilities. The title to the land never went to the city of Richmond.
Okay, another question I have is you said that BCDC approval is usually a condition of the first certificate of occupancy in Richmond, and staff said that that would be sort of an onerous burden to put on a developer and would get us in legal trouble. So I'm trying to figure out why you think that and why they think differently.
Well, because for example, the most recent projects approved along the Bay Trail accepted the first certificate. One is the Quarry Project on Canal Boulevard. Another is Toll Brothers Seacliff Project on Brickyard Cove Road. Another one is, well, those are the two I can think of right now.
So why is that? Why are we giving them a looser standard?
So the quarry did not have any BCDC permits required for its entitlement. It's not abutting the shoreline, nor is it within the 100-foot shoreline ban. So that is not correct. And then, could you please restate the question?
You gave another example of one where you said, I'm trying to understand if the norm is that the BCDC approval is a condition for the first certificate of occupancy, or which is what he says, or not, which is what you say. So you had another example of?
Yeah, the Toll Brothers Seacliff Estates Project.
Do you guys know about that one?
Again, these are not projects on the bay. These
okay,
are
so it's not
projects
BCDC.
on the Bay Trail.
Okay, sorry. So,
Yeah.
so what they're telling me, and I have no reason to think they would make this up, is that we are bound by state laws that they can explain better than I can, that we cannot put delays on housing projects that have been approved by the Planning Commission based on them getting approvals from outside agencies. And so saying to them, you got to go get that BCDC approval yourselves, might take 2 more years, might not, we don't know, opens us up to legal risk. Do you disagree with that?
That's a very interesting interpretation. That would mean that no city or county in the Bay Area could require shoreline access improvements because the BCDC permit always comes after the local permit. BCDC will not accept an application and deem it complete unless the project has all the needed local permits. So what they are arguing, it would mean that nobody would be able to require public access on the shoreline.
Okay. Councilmember Urbana?
Thank you. I'm grateful to TRAC and all it has done for the city of Richmond and the Bay Trail. If only we had more Bruces around the city, we'd have many more bike lanes. So thank you so much for everything you do. And it's our goal to make sure TRAC is happy with everything. So I'm trying to clarify something. First of all, I think the more public access we have on the waterfront, the better it is. So I don't understand why you're opposing with the city owning the property. I think we should have an ordinance that gradually all the waterfront, 100 yards or whatever, is public access owned by the city. So why are you opposing that?
Oh, we don't oppose city ownership. That's
Okay.
just a small part of the package of
Okay, so that part is okay.
City ownership's fine. Yeah, it's city having to get the permit and the
Okay.
last certificate of occupancy. And
So my next question is, you talk about not to open the trail until the development is over. Is that a condition? I'm confused.
could you repeat the question, please?
You mentioned that you're unhappy with the fact that the trail would not be open until the development is done or something like that.
Yeah,
Is my
until-
understanding correct?
Yeah, the proposal tonight before you tonight in the agenda package is it wouldn't have to be done until the last certificate, prior to the last certificate of occupancy of the project. So what we are asking for is that the public access improvements to be done before the first certificate of occupancy, which has been the case for other projects along the Bay Trail in Richmond.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, we cannot tie it to certificate of occupancy, right? Can we tie it to sale of the property or anything else?
It would be our advice that no, we would not want to condition the project to an outside agency's approval for any aspect of its design and within our jurisdiction. And to point out, the Bay Trail is there. You can ride a bike right in front of this project site. Of course, you can walk in front of it. The trail itself is there. We're very specifically talking about improvements and enhancements to the connectivity between Lucretia Edwards Park, the area of that shoreline behind the Bay Trail and Road to the Riveter Center. Again, so that currently there is access. This is not necessarily about at all the development or redevelopment or rebuilding any trail component. And within the conditions of approval and what's been identified, that was where we sought remedy.
Any rough estimate of how long the development takes, how long this permit and park development takes?
I would probably defer to the developer on rough timeline, but I would estimate 18 to 24 months from the first time you break ground. Okay, 36 months? Okay.
And any estimate for the permit to develop the park and for the city to develop the park?
Substantially less than 36 months. And I think the important part is that as the developer proceeds, depending on this hearing this evening, the desire to time the issue and approval of BCDC's permit with when they begin doing groundwork and landscaping, irrigation, and utilities is ideal, because that's also when they will have those teams on site, which would mean potentially, right, if things are going as we've outlined, that the improvements to that area would be happening simultaneously with the development's improvements, and that ideally we would have a park in some fashion, depending on its stage, in line with as they begin construction of the homes. Again, all of it's very tied to when those crews and those teams are on site to do that work. And it makes it easier and less time consuming when it can be done in tandem.
So I wonder if that makes you happy, or do we need some sort of guarantee that it will happen?
I heard the word ideally.
I'm sorry?
I heard the word ideally.
Okay. Okay, do you have any suggestions to make sure things happen the way TRAC wants it?
Well, I think it's very straightforward. The applicant, they apply for a BCDC permit, they get one, they construct the public access improvements, and they have them ready, open and ready for public enjoyment before the city issues the first certificate of occupancy.
But that's illegal to tie it to any certificate of occupancy.
It can't be illegal to require. The application deemed complete in 2023 for this project included an excellent range of public access improvements in the space between the trail and the houses. So it's not illegal for the city to require those improvements.
City Attorney, could you please opine on that?
Eric, are you on? Can you help answer that question?
Sure. Good evening, council members. My name is Eric Phillips. I'm outside counsel for the city. I can try and help clarify a little bit. So I think that the was a little confusing. The fact that the applicant had originally proposed a landscape concept doesn't indicate that the city can now require that, because the issue that we ran into was that that concept was not approved by BCDC and that they would not let the project go forward as it was originally proposed. They required changes. They required the houses to be moved further back from the shoreline than were enclosed in that originally proposed preliminary application, and they would not approve a permit for the landscaping improvements in connection with the housing project. So by decoupling them, we think it creates a much better opportunity for the city to successfully get approval of the landscaping improvements and the design and achieve the goal of having this open space available as a public amenity. The other big issue here, which we've been talking around a little bit, is that if this project were conditioned on a future discretionary approval for an agency that the city has no control over and can't guarantee, it undermines the entitlement that the city is otherwise issuing. Because of the Housing Accountability Act and SB 330, the city's under an obligation to review and process and approve this project, approve it through the application of objective standards, and as Avery was alluding to before, not impose conditions that would have the effect of denying the project. But if we were to approve the project in reliance on something that was wholly discretionary and outside of even the city's ability to control, it would undermine the credibility of saying that we'd approve the project. It would create an opportunity for the applicant to say that our conditions had effectively disapproved the project by making it uncertain that they would ever be able to go forward. And that would put the city in a precarious legal position. So we're concerned about that structure of the condition, the way that TRAC has proposed it, and are therefore recommending the condition that was put before you through the staff recommendation, which would allow for the applicant to have a design obligation, a fiscal obligation, a land contribution obligation, and an ongoing funded maintenance obligation, but not the obligation to seek these outside third-party, wholly discretionary entitlements that would potentially render our approval meaningless at this point.
So Mayor, can I just jump in here? I think the second appellant had 8 minutes to speak. And then we need to go to public comment and kind of this back and forth. I think we need to stop at this point.
Okay, well, I had actually some of it has been going to staff and not to the appellant. So
I understand, but under the rules, that's kind of at the end. But and then they each get 2 minutes for rebuttal.
In that case, appellant, you may take your seat, and I'll ask the questions of staff.
May I respond to the last comment, though?
Sure.
Yeah, what that interpretation of the law would mean is that no city or county in the 9-county Bay Area would have the legal authority to require any structures, any improvements in the 100-foot shoreline band because it would require a BCDC permit. That's a very sweeping, unsettling, broad implication. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. To staff, I have a difficulty with creative financing. I was led to believe that the developers would be paying for the development or the improvements of the park, but it's actually the city that's paying for it. No, it is the city paying for it because the money comes out of credits. We give them credit for money that is spent. So, it's like the rent for the Red Oak Victory ship. They owe, we say, okay, you pay this much, but it's really not money that's being transferred. To me, it's the city that's paying for it because it's money that we're not getting because we're giving it to them as credit. So
potentially the difference is that here, so the city does have the ability to require public improvements in connection with the development. That's what ordinarily would be required, with that they would make some of these public improvements the same way that they're going to do some circulation improvements or paving improvements. But here, in connection with the subdivision, the city is collecting and would collect an in lieu fee to pay for the park improvements that they're not providing on site. However, if they were to actually be able to construct all of those improvements on site, that takes away the need for the in lieu fee. You actually have the park, so they don't need to pay you the fee in lieu of providing the park because they have provided the park. But if they end up paying that in lieu fee because they don't provide the park, then the city will hold the money and can use that to invest in completing the park improvements for any amount above that additional $150,000 that would be required here because of the somewhat unusual structure.
Okay, I heard what you said, but I still see it as the city paying for it. Anyway, no need to belabor that. To staff, how was the shoreline acquired and paid for at Marina Bay? How is that different from what we're doing here?
I would just make a point of clarification that that is quite outside the scope of the appeal and the discussion of the conditions in front of us this evening. I would be happy to answer that question through a memo to the council through the city attorney's office separately. But the focus of tonight is on the conditions and the appeals that were brought forward. And at this point, I would defer to the city attorney, but we do need to take public comment.
Yeah.
Okay, we will move on to public comment.
We have 7 speakers. First speaker, Cordell Hindler, Diane Hetler, Virginia Finley, and Bruce Brubaker. And then online we have 3 speakers.
So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. For the record, I am Cordell Hindler, and I missed the Planning Commission meeting in March. So thank you, staff, for that presentation. So I do like the concept of the project, but I'll let the other speakers in the room and then online. So that's it.
Diane Hetler.
Hi, I'm Diane Hedler. I'm a resident of Marina Bay, and I've lived in Richmond now since 1991. So mayor and city council, these are my comments on this. I was involved with the Marina Bay Neighborhood Council. I've been to BCDC on issues down in Marina Bay when we were developing them. They've always been very, very reasonable in trying to work with, if you are willing to try and work with them. So I find this quite surprising that BCDC was giving a hard time. There must be something missing that we're not hearing, or I feel that as a resident of Marina Bay. I've also been involved with the National Park, and that's a bay trail that's very important to get to the visitor center, as well as the ferry from Marina Bay. So getting anything done that has to be done around there is important. All other developers have been able to get BCDC permits, and so I'm finding this very confusing that this particular developer could not get BCDC permits. I think all the public landscaping and all of that, eventually, once it's done, each homeowner pays in the lighting and landscape district a certain amount of money on their real estate taxes each year based on the size of their lot. I know I paid about $200 every year in my real estate taxes to help maintain the parks down in Marina Bay, with the city covering the parks because it's public parks down there. So what I'm saying is I think we should approve what TRAC is requesting as far as getting the BCDC permit done before we do this. Dragging things on is a problem. I have seen where we've had problems with certificates of occupancy in developments going on down there that find out when the person's in dire need to sell the place, they can't sell it because the somebody somehow did a sale and did not do the certificate of occupancy. So there's a little quagmire of a lot of stuff that can go on here. So again, I request that the developers get the BCDC permit and they provide all of that work instead of city staff. This is setting a precedent here based on how we haven't done Marina Bay before, and then everybody will then start asking for exactly this. And I just heard how you're short city staff after sitting here the whole time, so there's a problem here for that. Anyway, I'm going to finish now and just say, please consider TRAC's approval, request for approval of getting the BCDC permit and getting the landscaping done. And thank you very much, and hopefully we can have a nice Marina Bay neighborhood.
Bruce Bayard.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm still Bruce Bayard, TRAC. This is a little unusual. I'm not speaking to TRAC's appeal. I'm speaking to appeal number 1 as a member of the public. Please do not comply with Guardian Capital's request to eliminate conditions 49 and 51 adopted by the Planning Commission. This would eliminate the need to comply with the public access provisions of the city's Shoreline Overlay District Ordinance, applying to a 100-foot zone inland from the mean high tide line. Note that the appeal asserts that, quotes, Guardian is willing to make commercially reasonable efforts to work with the city and BCDC to provide for reasonable landscaping and other improvements to the 100-foot shoreline area. This is a hollow promise when contrasted with condition 65 in the proposed CC resolution stating the project sponsor shall have no obligation to seek, obtain, or participate in seeking or obtaining any required approvals by any third-party agencies. Compliance with the public access provisions of the city Shoreline Overlay District would nicely position Guardian Capital for obtaining BCDC approval of landscaping and public access features in the space between the Bay Trail and the houses. So please add Planning Commission conditions 49 and 51 to the proposed City Council resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Virginia Finley, followed by Bruce Brubaker.
Good evening. My name is Virginia Finley, and I have lived in Richmond for 38 years and was pleased to be able to serve on the Richmond Planning Commission for 16 of those years. And quite frankly, in all of my years on the commission, I have never seen such a gerrymandered and convoluted project be before the City Council for an appeal that has, on a project that has been disruptive to the community and has not been completely honest with the community about what it is involved in it, but has been, again, created. It keeps being recreated as new negotiations are developed that have not been part of the process since it started and got its first, and went through the planning department and the design review department. So anyway, I am here in support of TRAC's request that you delete staff shoreline conditions 64 through 67 for the Marine Point project that was approved by the Planning Commission, and that you endorse and accept the present new condition that TRAC has provided to you. It's really very simple. When this project was originally received and went through the planning process and originally received the approval, it was very clear that the project lies within the jurisdiction of the Shoreline Overlay District by BCDC. BCDC, as long as they did the project or did the permit, we're going to approve the process and the project would go forward. Clearly, at this point, BCDC has not approved the project and is not inclined to do so. The adoption of staff's recommendation will create a series of negative precedents that Richmond is willing to accept. Excuse me, let me take my glasses off. To absorb the developer's costs and responsibility for obtaining this BCDC permit or permits. That the city would involve itself in not only onward negotiations that they are telling you apply to what they must do to approve this project, because they must approve this project, because in the very beginning, 2 different dates for acceptance of the project.
Your time has expired.
Excuse me.
Our last in-person speaker is Bruce Brubaker.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Bruce Brubaker, Richmond resident. I'm a planning commissioner, but here I'm speaking as an individual. I support TRAC's appeal, setting the condition that applicants design and construct improvements on this important property. It's next to Lucretia Edwards Park. It should be considered an extension of Lucretia Edwards Park. It needs to be a well-considered design that extends the park to the west, to the Rosie the River Center. And with the city's current condition, we're not assured that this is going to be the case, because within the condition is a statement that this will be administratively reviewed, so there won't be any public review of what this new piece of park would look like. The Planning Commission reviewed plans that showed that 60-foot stretch as being dirt. It was frankly rather insulting. I think that it's important for the community to know what's being planned and not for it to be an administrative review of the design for the park. So I support, and I don't support the idea of burning busy city staff with getting design and permits done. I ask for passage of the TRAC's conditions rather than the conditions in the staff report. Thank you.
That was our last in-person speaker. Now we'll move to the 3 online speakers.
The speakers are Margarita, Lenterio, and Zoom user. You will each have up to 3 minutes to address the council. Margarita, you may begin.
Oh, unmute. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and council members. Before I begin, I just want to say thank you for finally installing no train horn signage in Marina Bay. This is a great start. Now, first, my name is Margarita Mitas, president of the Marina Bay Neighborhood Council and Richmond resident. I'm speaking tonight in support of TRAC's appeal, and as a follow-up to the Marina Bay Neighborhood Council's prior submissions to the city and planning, which all were ignored. It's important to note that the MBNC community meeting, where the applicant first presented its original design, was with the shoreline landscaping and public-facing improvements. So the community is not reacting to something new, we're reacting to something that has changed. The record does not explain when that shoreline landscaping was removed, why it was removed, or how that change was evaluated. TRAC's appeal gets to the core issue: responsibility. As proposed, these conditions shift the responsibility from the developer to the city, the HOA, and ultimately Marina Bay residents. If the applicant is not taking responsibility for the required improvements, then who's paying for it? That raises a related question. Has a traffic and parking analysis been completed for Marina Way South, including traffic congestion and emergency access? And if so, where is that in the record? Because without it, the full impact on this community isn't understood. And finally, it's not identified whether this project is subject to the same landscape and lighting district assessment or how any public art fee benefits the community. At the same time, the applicant is requesting not to pay its share toward required street lighting infrastructure. That requirement already exists and it should be enforced. These impacts should be analyzed and responsibility clearly assigned and addressed before residents take occupancy. The design changed, but the responsibility for its impacts did not. For those reasons, we support TRAC's appeal and request approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Lynn Terrio.
Okay. City Council and Mayor Martinez, I can't say much more than Rita Midas just did. From the inception of this, the neighborhood council has been left out of the planning. I went to a planning meeting and nobody was there. It had been canceled. Now, we've tried to do the right thing, but haven't been able to. And I agree, we need to listen to TRAC and have their wisdom taken by the city council. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zoom user. Can you please state your name for the record and you may begin? It looks like the person's, let me see, I see the person at the bottom here. Okay, Zoom user, you may begin. Please state your name for the record.
Okay. Now it works. Claudia Citroen. So I'd like to point three things out. First of all, the Design Review Board and the Planning Commission were for the longest time understaffed. And the mayor made no point on prioritizing on getting those commissions seated. The Design Review Board met, like 2 times last year. So the council ignored to respond in a timely manner. And now that it's past the permits, suddenly the council goes like, oh my God, we can't approve that. I agree what the city staff is recommending. If you deny it, tough luck, but it will be expensive litigation. Now I know how it went when former Mayor Gail McLaughlin pushed with community benefits and more community benefits and more community benefits at the low-income housing projects. And guess what? The builder walked out. And it didn't just walk out, they sued the city for damages. And that's exactly what you're heading into. Now, I see that Cesar is not present, and I am extremely concerned that this is another mayoral money pit, because it doesn't go into his political priorities, where he rather spends $1 million on immigration or another 50,000 on childcare or another frivolous for this and that. I agree this was messed up, and I agree there are changes made, but also you need to grow up and take responsibility for where you failed your fiduciary duty. And I like this have on a record, because if the developer sues you, I want them to be able to use my statement. And also, I find it unbelievable that you allow the person who represents the one of the appeals to speak as a person. That gave an unfair advantage. That went against the city attorney advice. It's the mayor, you really need to go. You don't understand your obligation. You don't understand city laws. You don't understand how council works. And I yield my time.
Thank you, and there are no more public speakers.
If there are no more public speakers, we will close the public hearing, and we are going into council deliberation.
No. I think they're entitled to have rebuttal, 2 minutes
that's right.
each.
I'm totally sorry. I opened public hearing to hear the rebuttal from the appellant number 1. Sorry, my apologies.
Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council, Brian Winter again on behalf of the applicant. I only have a few quick points to make. I agree about not having the same opportunity to speak as Mr. Byert. He misrepresents, in my view, the law and the facts repeatedly in ways that I think sidetrack the point of the appeal and the point of this hearing. But a couple of points. When you look at a project like this, it's important to always keep in mind the fact that it's a housing development project protected by state housing laws, as your staff has explained. So I would encourage you, as you consider this project, to keep those laws in mind. Keep in mind also that this is an approved project with narrow grounds for an appeal. So all decision-making is limited to those, and the merits of the project are not on the table because the project is in fact approved and cannot at this point be disapproved through this hearing. I also want to underscore the points that city staff made, and I think made well, about not being able legally to delegate to BCDC the authority to approve or to hold the project hostage essentially over the improvements to the shoreline area that we are discussing. The only additional point I would add to the explanation that staff provided with that doing so would also run afoul of the non-delegation doctrine, which I can talk about if you want. And the other point that I would like to make is we are proposing to do these improvements. We want to do these improvements. We think it makes the project better. We tried to propose these improvements at the beginning of our processing of the project. It's the front door to the project in the same way that it's an important area for the city and its public access. So we hope that we are able to make the improvements, that the BCDC approval comes while we're constructing the project so that we can do that work. And that's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appellant number 2. And just for clarification, if you had wanted to speak as a public person, you would have had that opportunity.
Appellant number 2, Bruce Byard of Track. Please adopt the single condition we've requested to require the applicant to design and install public access improvements in space between the trail and the houses. The city has the right to enforce its shoreline overlay district ordinance. It has a right to require these improvements to enhance the Bay Trail environment because the application deemed complete included those requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, with that, I will close public hearing and go to council deliberation and action. Is the $150,000 to pay for staff time working with BCDC, is that credit or is that extra money that's put into it?
That's a new contribution on top of their impact fee.
Okay, so they're using the impact fee for the, it's not a contribution, they're just using impact fee to do the park.
The park in lieu fee, yes.
Okay. All right, so, and I did want to make one point. I wanted to affirm that the question that I asked was within the scope. It was about staff working with BCDC, which is part of the issue that we're discussing. So that's the nexus that I find. Okay, Councilmember Jimenez.
I have a question. Yeah, thank you. I have a few questions. One is, can you clarify why we are here with this project? What happened? And when?
So, Councilmember Jimenez, can you kind of elaborate on your question? Are you talking about why we're here at the appeal hearing?
No,
or how
with the
this
project, with the project that we have that is totally different from the like more density housing project.
Yes, and the Planning Commission staff report articulates this more, so I'm going to give a very brief summary, but Under SB 330, they submitted a preliminary application. Once the application was deemed complete, staff had 30 days to identify where the project was consistent or inconsistent with either the general plan or zoning regulations. We missed that deadline.
When was that?
It's probably about 2 years now. It's been a while. It's been over 2 years, and so at that time, the project was rendered consistent with city regulations. And so, as I spoke earlier, these things, one, they may happen because we are human. We are human. We will make errors, but I think this is also the changing landscape of how we do this work. And it doesn't only impact the way we bring projects to the council, but also in the decision making. And this is what many people in the public are calling, erosion of local control. Projects that you used to have discretion to say no to, you're very limited on when you can say no. And in this case, for housing projects, you have to have a public health and safety, and it has to be substantially documented. That does not exist here, which is why we've recommended approval for the project. In addition, the way your conditions are drafted, and not just this decision-making body, but also the Planning Commission and the Design Review Board, it also has to be very limited to objective design standards. And in this case, because we missed that deadline, pretty much they're consistent with everything. So we do think, the recommended revisions to the conditions will result in what I think everybody's wanting, which is an enhanced shoreline frontage along the project. It will be funded by the applicant, but staff is going to step in to support
Thank you.
it coming to fruition.
I'm sorry, I just went for the second time and I have, so can you explain, but just shorter, why the developer didn't get the BCD approval in the first time?
Well, it's true, as Bruce says, they'll wait for the city approval. However, that process has taken so long and they want to proceed, so they've eliminated all improvements shown in that area, and that will be a separate project from theirs.
Will this create a serious precedent to other developments?
We have very limited area on the shoreline that's left for development. So it's not going to be a broad precedent. And so I don't think it'll be a broad precedent because there's very.
And my last question is, in the design of this park, will the community have an input or not?
Yes, it's absolutely our intention to involve the community in that process. It was just structured this way for simplicity.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Thank you. I'm a little confused if the public's going to be included, why it says administrative, as we heard in the public comment. Also, Bruce Bard mentioned something about cities, shoreline requirement overlay. I didn't get it, what it means. So I don't understand the main objective.
So the city of Richmond has a shoreline overlay district, which is a geographical area that spans from the mean high water within the bay into our land. And it's an area that has certain protections and requirements around its design, development, what you can have and what you cannot have in that area. And so it is true that within 100 feet of that distance, the project site lies, which is why it is still being considered as something that's applicable, which is why when you looked at the original plans, you saw that that development and the beautification of the park was there.
So it is applying to this project?
So through the modifications and the negotiation that we've come to with the recommendations before you this evening, yes, the shoreline will still be developed in compliance with the shoreline ordinance that the city has in place. It will just be shepherded by the planning department.
Okay, I'm a little unhappy that I asked at the beginning, was it in collaboration with all parties? You said yes, but apparently it wasn't, so thank you.
Anyone else? No? From my understanding, from testimony from appellant number one. It seems that BCDC did not grant the permit because of the offset. And it sounds like you didn't talk to them after you made the offset. So I believe if they went again with the current design with the offset, BCDC would be more willing to approve. So anyway, that's my opinion, and it's now, yes.
So my understanding is that if we condition this project on something that is not having to do with health and safety, that HCD will come and tell us to undo that and possibly fine us because it goes against the current housing law. Am I understanding that correct?
That is correct. The Attorney General through HCD would very likely sue the city. And we would lose our housing element status certification, and we'd be open to the builder's remedy. That is a very real reality.
Because housing law has changed.
It has very much changed. Unfortunately, the way planning used to be done a decade ago is not necessarily how we're doing it anymore.
Right. So if we accept TRAC's recommendation, we will be setting ourselves up to be sued by the state attorney general.
It is possible.
Very possible.
And also litigation from the applicant as well.
And litigation from the applicant. And so the way that you're proposing is that we still get a park. They pay for it with their in lieu fees. And we don't get sued by the state.
This is my dedication to the city of Richmond, that this is something that, along with all the many other things that we do in the planning department and across the city, this is just you hearing from me the dedication to making this happen.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Quick question. So instead of accepting or rejecting, can we give all parties a chance to work it out and make sure we come up with something for the next city council meeting that's acceptable to track minor changes that they're asking for? Because it seems like we were very close.
So under SB 330, we are limited to 5 hearings. This will be the 4th hearing, and it would then require that a 5th hearing, if necessary, a decision would have to be rendered. But I don't know specifically if further discussions would result in a different outcome. We will still have the developer paying for designing and implementing a new park at the end of the day. It is more of a matter of, does it happen at the first certificate of occupancy or at the 25th certificate of occupancy, again, on a 36 to 38 month timeline?
Yeah, not the certificate of occupancy, but like public review of the design and other things. Just building that trust in good faith between the residents, the developer, the track, and the city, so we feel good about saying yes. Can we try that?
I understand the request, and I think that what I've committed to you here this evening, and that's outlined in the report, is that yes, there will be public engagement between the city, track, and any outside stakeholders that wish to participate in what would be a review of those designs. Again, that's the burden I'm placing upon myself to foresee that we do have the best public access available to the city of Richmond. Alternative to that, again, as we've discussed this evening, would be, potential lawsuits.
Okay. Councilmember Brown? Yes.
I was just going to make a motion.
Okay.
If there was no more questions.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion to adopt the resolution modifying the conditions in response to the appeals and otherwise affirming the Planning Commission's conditional approval.
I'll second that.
Can I please add the 69, the additional condition regarding the removal of parking on Marina Way? Thank you.
Yes, and to add the highlighted number 69 in attachment 7.
I second that as well.
Roll call?
Councilmember Brown?
I'm
Yes.
confused. What was the motion again?
To accept the Planning Commission's recommendations.
As is?
As is.
Yeah.
Including the yellow highlighted one.
including the additional highlighted that they provided the physical copy on for attachment 7.
Yeah, but they have room for a fifth, I don't know, I would rather have
Motion
them
and a
work
second.
together.
I'm in the middle of a vote. Councilmember Vanna?
Abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Robinson?
Yes.
Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Zepeda absent and Councilmember Vanna abstaining. Pardon me?
She did?
Yeah,
I
she
did,
was the
but-
first one to vote.
I'm so sorry.
I didn't even remember.
She voted.
Next item.
Our next item, oh,
We have 9 minutes.
all right, our next item.
I'll have a lot of questions.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Item Q1 is to receive a presentation on proposed Montezuma CO2 hub, a carbon waste dumping project that would require a massive build-out of pipelines through Richmond, risking the health and safety of Richmond residents, and adopt a resolution that opposes the proposed Montezuma carbon sequestration hubs, CO2 pipeline, waste dumping project, and CO2 pipeline in Richmond, Contra Costa, and Solano counties. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time.
KCRT, can you put out the presentation?
Thank you so much. I just want to thank Councilmember Jimenez for making sure that we were heard today. I know that some of our community members came out in support of this agenda item but had to leave. So my name is Isabel Penman. I'm the Northern California organizer at Food and Water Watch, and I'm here to provide an overview of the proposed Montezuma Carbon Hub project and outline the project's threats to the city of Richmond's safety and public health. Next slide, please. Montezuma LLC's massive proposed carbon capture and storage project, as you can see here is a screenshot taken directly from the applicant's permit application to the Federal Environmental Protection Agency for their first permits for the project. This would directly impact both Contra Costa and Solano counties. This carbon capture and storage project, also referred to as carbon waste dumping or CCS, involves capturing some of the carbon pollution from refineries, power plants, and other industrial facilities from around the Bay Area, including the Chevron refinery here in Richmond, compressing that captured carbon dioxide and then pumping it through dangerous CO2 pipelines, ultimately to be injected near the ecologically sensitive wetlands in Solano County. Next slide, please. So this technology, again, carbon capture and storage, carbon dumping, CCUS, is the process of capturing carbon dioxide off the smokestacks of polluting facilities, transporting that, and ultimately injecting it somewhere underground. So it's not direct air capture, or capturing CO2 already in the atmosphere, it's directly capturing it off the smokestacks. It's also, I think, important to note that despite 30 years of pilot and commercial projects, most power plants, CCS projects have failed. CCS industrial and power sector projects reviewed around the world by the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, including in the US, have underperformed by as much as 50%. So while in some cases this technology can cut CO2 emissions, large-scale deployment of this technology, like this Montezuma Carbon Hub is proposing, on fossil fuel power plants will likely drive continued production of use of coal and gas. Next slide, please. There are several high-level concerns regarding this kind of technology. from capturing CO2 from industrial sources for underground injection. It creates safety hazards, risks of leaking, especially with the CO2 pipelines, and inflicts environmental injustice on frontline communities, all while giving industrial facilities license to keep polluting. More specifically, CO2 pipelines are highly dangerous and pose significant risks to our communities, and also the wetland habitats and wildlife of the Delta. CO2 pipelines are underregulated, very difficult to construct, and hard to protect from leaks. Any presence of water in a pipeline creates a corrosive acid that leads to what we call zipper fractures and can cause the pipeline to rupture along its entire length. So this is extremely concerning when we're talking about building a 45-mile pipeline to transport highly volatile CO2 underneath the delta in the bay. This acidity of CO2 leaking in water would also create dead zones because it's highly acidic, and so this means it's incredibly difficult to clean up and would create an inhabitable zone for wildlife. Next slide, please. Because compressed CO2 is denser than oxygen, if there were to be a leak in the air, carbon dioxide displaces the air we breathe and causes difficulty breathing, seizures, loss of consciousness, and in prolonged exposure, death. And we know this because this happened in Satartia, Mississippi in 2020, a small rural town in Mississippi, when a CO2 pipeline ruptured, forcing over 300 residents to evacuate, hospitalizing 45. First responders had trouble reaching residents who fell unconscious because their emergency vehicles, which run on combustion engines and can't operate without oxygen, couldn't operate. Survivors described being in their cars, and that was the last thing they remembered, was their cars stopping, and the next thing that they remembered was waking up in the hospital with many with long-term health impacts that they're still dealing with today. So a CO2 leak would mean an incredible public health disaster for the city of Richmond or any of the communities along the proposed area for where the project is. Next slide, please. So I think it's also important to note that carbon capture and storage, this technology, does not capture any toxic local air pollutants, such as fine particulate matters, nitrogen oxides, and this technology is extremely energy intensive, meaning that when carbon capture equipment is added to a facility, it can increase the total amount of energy consumed by the facility. Basically, additional fuel is required to burn to power the technology and can therefore increase particulates and NOx emissions, ammonia, by anywhere from 5 to 60%. And we know, in Richmond, the single biggest local source of emissions in Richmond and the surrounding area by far is the Chevron oil refinery. And this is according to a 162-page Bay Area Air Quality Management District study released in March 2024. And this report found that Chevron refinery was responsible for well over half of the region's locally emitted PM 2.5 and manganese emissions, which we know can damage the nervous systems if inhaled in large amounts. And the refinery also emits other harmful substances such as sulfur dioxide, hydrogen cyanide, sulfuric acid, hydrogen sulfide, all that have extremely detrimental health impacts to community members. And the proposed Montezuma Carbon Hub and other carbon capturing and dumping projects like it would basically prolong and potentially increase the polluting operations of the fossil fuel facilities that they propose to capture CO2 from, because these other co-pollutants would not be captured. Next slide, please. So where we're at with the project, the developers Montezuma LLC have sought out injection permits that they need from the Federal Environmental Protection Agency for their injection well near the Montezuma wetlands, and then have also requested a test well permit from Solana County, who is the lead agency for the project, to provide requested information to the Environmental Protection Agency. Next slide, please. So ultimately, This project threatens the health and safety of the Richmond community as well as the other cities and ecosystems throughout the Bay Area. I want to thank Councilmember Jimenez again for agendizing a resolution opposing proposed CO2 waste dumping projects like this one and dangerous CO2 pipelines in Richmond, Contra Costa, and Solana counties. And I strongly urge the rest of the City Council to vote in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It is now past 11 o'clock, which is our the time that we turn into mice. We'll have to carry this over to
next city council for public comments and questions. But I will really propose that this is the first thing on the agenda, please.
Okay.
Please.
So
Yeah, it's on the attachment.
yeah.
No,
so
no.
okay. So we will close the meeting in honor of Abigail Sims Evelyn, who was a major part of LEAP. I have some words. You taught me how precious words can be. At graduation, your last words to me, "Don't worry, I'll be here." Those words resonate, they vibrate with energy. I feel them around me like word balloons that follow me from frame to frame in a graphic novel. You are the guardian angel, breathing hope into the lives around you. I see your face shining in the smiles of people discovering the act of reading and writing. In our darkest night, you are the star we leap toward. Accomplishments are the stardust that sparkle when you inspire us. Your voice is a cheerleader in our head. We listen to the podcast of you when we need encouragement. Your smile, your eyes speaking truth, light the fire in our hearts, burning with joy, lighting our way into the future. Every step we take towards understanding and compassion will echo your name. Abigail, the one who helped us believe in ourselves. So thank you, Abigail, for all the joy that you brought to the city of Richmond. So with that, we adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry.